Hello everyone, oh my goodness, it has been one hot second since I have streamed. Hi, hello. I feel like the music's really loud and I'm not. Oh, because it is really loud. I have been jamming out working lately. So now it's too quiet. Hey guys, it's not a Maggie stream without problems. Music was fine. Hello JC, hello over 50 Gamer over on YouTube. Hi, Saint is there too. Carl, hello. Hello everybody in chat. I'm gonna start at the top. Actually, we're gonna go right here. Right here. Right here. Hi everyone. Please do not mind the mess in the background and my mess. But hello. Hi. Saint, thank you so much for subscribing. 49 freaking months. Holy crap. Captain Kapu, hello. Chin Miyaki, hi. Mikey? I'm very bad at words. Should return once you get home. Yay! Hello, gamer. Angel, hi. Saint again. Hello, hello. Everybody, how are you guys doing? Min was hello. Mess, what mess? You don't see any mess. You see no mess. I normally have like a little blur filter on, but I don't know why it's not there. So, May the 4th be with you. Yes, indeed. It is May 4th. It is May 4th. Oh my gosh. So, how are you guys doing? What is new? We're gonna chat while I set up and paint minis today. So for some background info, we have a D&D game that my family runs. By family, I mean my husband's our DM, and it's like my brother-in-laws and their partners, and then my husband and I. So it was really fun. It was our way of like connecting. Is that chocolate? No, it's a protein bar. I haven't eaten yet. So yeah, it's our way of like staying connected. But the last brother-in-law moved here to Oregon, so we are doing the whole in-person D&D thing. And I was like, oh my gosh, I really want to. That's the wrong one. I really want to have in-person minis. Like that would be really cute. I'm trying to turn on the background blur. And I don't know if it's gonna work. I know, it's almost 1 p.m. Well, I did wake up at like 10. So, I feel like that's a pretty good excuse. But how have you guys been? It's been so long. It's been a hot second. I gotta figure out where to put this camera so that you guys can actually see the minis, you know? Trying to figure out which camera has the blur on it. Is my background blurred yet? Am I pretty papa? I don't think it's gonna let me do it. Whatever, you guys get the view of my bedroom. Anyways, I hope you guys are well. Gamer group starting D&D, that's awesome! So I just went and picked this thing up. Like literally, I just got back from Harbor Freight and Tools. What have I been up to? I have been working a lot. Like a lot. I have been working so much. All right, let's see. That's a little bit better. Stay. We might move it so it has a better view, but I don't know where. But yeah, so I've been working a bunch. I have had, I don't know how any of this works. I haven't used one of these in so long. I feel like I need an adult. I started a new job in January and it has been hectic and crazy. I also started a diet, which sucks. Which really sucks. Where did I put that bag from Michael's? Shoot. I gotta go find the bag from Michael's. So that also sucks. Oh, this goes in here? That doesn't make sense. Maggie, are there instructions? Probably. Probably there are instructions. Will I use them? That's a great question. Ow. Okay, we're gonna look at the instructions. Nothing has changed. I'm still as chaotic as ever. I need an adult to adult, yes. I also haven't, like, had the energy to stream. It's been a pain. Make sure the item is intact and undamaged. Of course. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. What? Wait a minute. Oh, the little knobby thing is down here. Okay. I knew I wasn't that crazy. But yeah, so we've been busy with that. Kids have been busy. We have been busy. I feel like everyone has been super slammed with like a bunch of stuff, but I am doing my best to be more active on stream and on community and everything. Sus. Posture check, thank you. What the fudge? Why not do... Though this is definitely where this goes, isn't it? That's not how that goes. What? Okay, it says lock knob. Look, see? It says lock the little knobby thing right there. Replacement parts are not available. Okay, so you lock the knob to this thing. Grr. Like this. And this goes like this, but it doesn't fit. Is it me, Jesus? Welcome to Maggie trying to do random things. How have you guys been? Zero, hello! You've been so busy with school and work, dude. I, not, like, got me... Is it upside down? Is that the problem? No, it's not upside down. Vertical rod, lock knob. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I see. I see how it goes. It's wrong. Never mind. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. We got it. I'm busy with your new home. That's awesome. That is so good. Hopefully good busy. We have had new neighbors move in and that has been a nightmare. If you guys... Oh my gosh. New neighbor nightmare is always fun. Right? Yeah. I think that we're not going to be, as much as I wanted to be a VTuber, I don't think we're going to be able to do VTubing. Just because of every reason. Okay, I think this goes over here. Like this. And then the little arms. Look, it's got little arms, y'all. It's got 2 arms. How cute. Okay, wait. There we go. Come on. Come on. So anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, family. Family's been busy. We've been busy. I am insane. We're all insane here. We're all mad here. Why is this little knob? Oh, because it doesn't have to come off. Okay, cool. We got this knob going. We got all the knobs. All the knobs are working. Tell me how you guys have been. I feel like it has been so long. I think we can move this way. No, this has to go this way. And then this goes this. No, this goes this way. No, it goes this way. Right? My grandma had one of these, and it was always confusing how it was supposed to go because I don't want it to like fall over. I knocked hers over all the time. I actually wasn't allowed to play with hers. Ah, poor little unicorn. Hello, hello to Italy. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. All right, I feel like this is... Oh, it's upside down. Oh, that might help. That might help. All right, little arms. Do your little arm thing. How am I supposed to see when the little arms don't go all... How does this work? I'm too short. I'm too short for this. I'm gonna have to be all up in your guys' business. All up in it. Okay. I gotta find the bag from Michael's. I'll be right back. One sec. I didn't have a bag from Michael's. I shoved it all in my massive purse bag. So we got paint. We got brushes, brand new brushes too. I don't want to mess this up. We got some little flacking. I have an airbrush somewhere, but I'm not going to airbrush anything. If you don't know, this is not my first rodeo with painting minis. I have done quite a lot of teeny tiny details on a lot of teeny tiny things. May you heal well. Oh no, coming back from holiday with a broken finger? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That sounds horrible. It even has it has like a little lamp. Isn't that cool? I don't know if we're gonna use the lamp. We might use the lamp. We had, this was like $8, $9 at Harbor Freight and Tools. Like, excuse me? Excuse me? Also, all of my light is really weird right now. So if I look weird, it's because my lighting is weird. I could fix it, but I don't want to. Anyways, have you guys played any new video games? We did a freaking poll on Instagram, and everybody chose video games. Being lazy today, that's why I'm here. I was thinking about being productive and doing yard work. And then I remembered that I have all of these miniatures to paint before Tuesday. So that's fun. So that's a blast. Bonk. Yay, we have light. I gotta figure out how tall I need to be for this. But yeah, pretty much just work. I got to speak at a nonprofit event, so that was pretty cool. I got to speak at a thing. I think we can just use one arm. I don't think we need both arms. Because I think I can just leave it here and then paint, you know? You have D&D later? Yes. Hello, Orion. How are you? But I am trying to find more time to stream. I think we're gonna play Oblivion on stream. I am currently playing it off stream. But I think we will play it on stream. I think that'll be nice. Hi, puppy. Guys, it's Madeline. Say hi. Say hi. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She's so boop. She's so cute. Boop, boop. I love her so much. We haven't streamed, Orion. We haven't streamed at all, almost. You're so cute. I gotta do work. We gotta do stuff. Look at my Momo butt. My little Momo booty over here. He's very cute. Alright. So, we've got this figured out. I think the only thing I need to figure out is how far down I want this to go. I think this is pretty good. And then, no, I knocked it over with my bedding. Why is this moving like that? Why are you moving like that? You're not supposed to move. You're supposed to stay in one spot. No eating the puppy? No, she is very good. She is a very good girl. She keeps me relatively sane in a day. I say relatively because I'm not sane. Noted. Alright, let's do a little bit of tidying up. I just check stuff on my bed. Don't question logic. But yeah, so work has been very, very busy. Like, very. But, you know, what can you say? At least it's a job. At least it's job. We like jobs. We like having income. I do enjoy it though. It's really nice. Alright. So I think we're going to paint mine first, because if I mess it up, that's fine. I was an alchemist previously. So this is the alchemist. This is like the human alchemist, which is pretty cool. It's like super tiny. I don't think I have the right camera for this. These Elgato cameras hate me. But we have a wizard. Technically she's a sorcerer, but we have a paladin. We have another ranger, a dude ranger. He is more of a ranger. I'm an artificer, alchemist flavored ranger. And then we have a barbarian, which she'll be really fun to paint. So we're going to glue. First, we're gonna eat. Money is nice, prices are increasing. Same here. I used to be able to go to Costco like weekly and only spend, I want to say maybe 150 bucks on everything for the week. And now it's like clocking in like 200, like 200, 220. It's been very frustrating. It sounds interesting. I forget exactly my class, but pretty much I was an artificer alchemist before, and we got the D&D update, the like 2020 something, then 2024. And so we wanted to update all of our characters, and they don't have an update for the artificer. You can't have this. You can have this though. You want one of these? Hmm? 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 Oh, she's so cute. Any plans to stream any new games? Yeah, I'm hoping I can stream Oblivion. But I might cry. Don't go tell hello. Her name is Madeline. She's a labradoodle. Also known as a sweet angel baby. Right? Uh-huh. That's on me, Donko. I need to stream more. Madeline is a very good dog. We finally found a groomer that does a really good job with her fur. She's a bit expensive, but she's good. She's really cute. Only Madeline's, right? Yum. Okay. I love how she does this. She does this while I'm working. Bano, hi! Alright. We don't need this right now. I can go over there. We do need these. We do need water for our brushes. I bought new paint because I don't want to buy miniature paint. I don't know why. She does have awesome eyes. Can I help you? Do you guys hear her sniffing? She's so cute. Hi. Kisses? Kisses? Such a good girl. Honestly, she is the most stress relieving thing now that she's like out of her obnoxious puppy phase. Oop. You have returned. Hello. Yeah, now that she's out of like her horrendous puppy phase, she is the most, I don't know. I love her. I laid on the floor the other day and was just like around her. Captain Capu, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months. You're amazing. This will move in a second. A train? Felix, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Angel with 25 subs. Oh my goodness. Y'all. Yo, Angel, thank you so much. These are all subs for Madeline. Thank you. I have a box of goodies. Twitch crashed right after you did that? No. That's terrible. That's diabolical even. All right. I do not... We can use this to hold our paint. Madeline's gone, so I'll move this again. Thank you so much. Johnny Potatoes as well. Holy crap, with a 10-month streak. Johnny, thank you so much. I'm gonna fix my light real fast. I could use more light on the table. Oh no, what have I done? Oh my god. I really want to start watching JoJo again. There we go. I've lost weight, guys. I've lost 12 pounds. Ashley, and hello. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. Did I miss something? No, I didn't. You guys are already hitting the hype train. Holy crap. Miss you so much. I'm glad I can be back. I'm glad I can find time to stream. I also have these that I can like stick my sticky. I can like stick them onto and paint. So we have the magnifying glass. We have this little thing. I used to do miniatures, but I would sculpt them myself out of polymer clay. And now the closest I do are my nails, which these are my lilac nails for this month. Very cute. Johnny, thank you so much for cheering with 200 biddies. Aw, thank you. Oh, my purse is in the way. There. All right, we got that. We don't need any of this. Let's see what's down here. We need glue. We need glue. Welcome back. Thank you. Ashley and get booped. What did you do? Guys, if you're ever on YouTube, they are gifting things in Twitch. Is this my glue? This is not my glue. This is UV Bond. Oh no, this is my glue. I don't think we really need anything else out of here. I can use this for water. That's powder clay and miniature stuff. That is jewelry. Okay. Cool. I don't have a thing for under my chair. Enjoys, hello! How are you? Get booped. Alright, we need paper towels, which we do have. Thanks, Past Maggie. Woohoo! Do you guys like my mat? My little art mat? I got it last week. Bean, hi! Alright, I'm gonna share this out on on Instagram soon. Sorry if you can hear me eating. Okay. Chat, say hi. Chat, say hi. Oh, wait, it has to be this way. Wait, isn't chat supposed to be up on the screen? It is. Why is it not? Chatbox, why you no work? Why are you not working? Oh, because it's hidden. What? Hold on. Stream elements. That's so weird. Well, that sucks. Alright, say hi, chat. Yay, thank you. Live on Twitch and YouTube. Hi, Geek Man! My day is going well, Carl. I'm not doing too bad today. Thank you guys so much for the chest. Hello, internet people. Painting. Plaintiff? No. Painting DND minis. It's so funny. So the Instagram voted that we do game content in tandem with twitch.tv/Naraski with our mental health stuff. And honestly, I did not expect gaming. I expected like outdoor or like chaos, something like that. They picked gaming. And I even put arts and crafts on there because I was actually kind of hoping for arts and crafts over anything else. And it cracks me up because I was like, haha, joke's on you guys. I'm gonna do arts and craft themed gaming. No, wait, gaming themed arts and crafts. It's like, haha, this is what you get. All right, I'm gonna pop this open. Probably doesn't help that I'm really shaky today, but I've been really shaky for like the last week. I wanted outdoor art. I kind of wanted outdoor too, but whatever I want to do is gonna go up on my alt channel. It's fine. Chat, yes, what is your favorite Star Wars film? And who is your favorite villain and why is it Jar Jar Binks? All right, so this is not wanting to focus and not wanting to stay where it needs to stay. This is one of them. Let me see if I can fix this. Which one is this? You guys can see the bags under my eyes. All right, wrong camera. Oh, it's not even like zoomed in. Get out of here. Zoom. I wish it had an autofocus. Like, I really enjoy Elgato, but they don't have the best autofocus. Like, I can't turn off autofocus, you know? I don't know. I've had weird issues with it in the past. Maybe it's me. Is it me, Jesus? Whatever. Okay. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. All things considered, I'm doing okay. All right, so we've got the little like base here, and it comes with a like the black base, but I really want to put grass and stuff on it. Gabriel, hello, baby. Thank you so much for 82 freaking months. That's a very long time. That is a very long time. What does my character use? Crossbows or bows? I feel like she uses crossbows more. That's cool. But yeah. Oh no. Oh no. What's your character? It's your ranger. No. How do I get this open? I have other glue, but I think I gave it to my daughter. Wait, what? I feel like I'm upside down. I can fix it. Oh, actually, that's a really good point. Hold on. That's a really good point. Oop. Nope, that's not what we want. Transform. That's what we want. Perfect. Oh my gosh, thank you guys for bringing that up. Okay, how am I supposed to open this? So much better. Oh my god, I got it, you guys. Don't worry, I got this. I got the glue open. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, it was actually like glued. It was like glued. Can I get the glue cap off of this? It's like already coming out again. Stop being so excited. All right. There you go. So anyways, yeah, work and then life and then there's some other stuff going on. But for the most part, that's really about it. I should glue the other ones on before I Put the glue away. Beep. Hi. Oh my gosh, I enjoyed Sinner so much. It was so good. You chill over here. Bulk. All right, we're gonna pop open the Human Ranger. This is my brother-in-law's character. It's pretty cool. Pretty neat, if you ask me. You guys enjoy the ASMR of opening everything. Dangerous Buttons, thank you so much for 68 freaking months. You guys are so awesome subscribing. I appreciate you so much. Empire Strikes Back is your favorite. I have it on Laserdisc, so I feel like it is also my favorite. Gabe, which one would Caleb use more, the bow or the cutlass? Which one will Caleb use more, do you think? I feel like the bow. You tell me. Shoot, I gotta glue this one to the base too. Gabe is our DM. Mr. Dummy Dark in the chat is our DM. He's a very, very good DM. I'm hoping to get some of the other like West Coast creators to come up here and eventually do like a D&D thing, or at least do some D&D stuff online. Would be pretty sick. Probably a crossbow because he's trying to power game. Okay. Unfortunately, he does not have a crossbow. Unless I turn my character into like a gender bent, like I can cut her hair off and stuff. You have all these cute little minis. Look at them, they're so cute. He hasn't told you? Okay. Oh no, ads! I'm so sorry. That answers your question? Yeah, no, Demidark does not have a character because he's the DM. Will you text him and ask? Like, don't tell him. I mean, I'm sure if he looks at my Instagram, he'll know what I'm doing, but just text him and ask. Hey, dude. What do you think you're gonna main in the campaign? That's what I think guys talk like to each other. Make him reasonable. I mean, I chose crossbow for Catherine, but so my character, would you guys like to know my character? Oh, jeez Louise. All right, there's a barbarian. This is Sid's character. Cool. My character started out as an alchemist. She was an alchemist artificer. No, she was an alchemist artificer. But I had to change her due to the new 2024 guidelines. We wanted to get to like the 2024 type stuff, which I don't really have a problem with. So because, I mean, we're like level 3, I want to say. Oh, we're doing Curse of Strahd. BT dubs. We're doing Curse of Strahd. So I really was getting frustrated with not being able to fight as much. You can see it, but you can't hear it. I'm so sorry. You can just look at his sheet. That's right. You have the DM powers. This is the wizard, sorceress, sorcerer type. And I think we've got just one left. But yeah. Actually, Gabe, can you do me a total solid and give me their character descriptions in the Discord as well from when we first started? Do you remember? Do they write those down? Crossbow? He can have a regular bow. I'm not going back to buy him a crossbow ranger. Or he can wear his hair up. Does he have long hair? I'm not scoring this because this glue is made for like glass and beads and such. I use it for other stuff occasionally. Oh, nar! There we go. You got a friend from work? Stop it. You got a friend from work who's running Curse of Strahd? Nice. Bunch of his friends who've never done D&D before. It's going as well as you'd expect. Nice. This is our second campaign. I want to say Gabe was really nice to us on our DM was really nice to us on our first campaign. But I also played a Tabaxi monk. And I rolled like everything. Like everything was dead all the time. I really loved playing my Tabaxi Monk. Couldn't really find it way up there. Ah, okay. They're gonna get generically colored characters that look like them, maybe. Just ask them. Just be like, hey guys, can you describe your characters again? For no particular reason whatsoever. Get on there. Get on there. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Get on there. Your song playlist is amazing. Thank you. I think if you do exclamation point music, it should have the playlist links. Hello, Arthur. How are you? I'm so glad I have the window open. This glue, I think I'm losing a few brain cells. I'm not trying to sniff glue. It's like accidental glue sniffing. Ask him to describe in Discord. Thank you. Happy May 4th! LD Nerd 2. Yeah. I got my first laser disc out here in Oregon. We were at a estate sale. Trash. So much trash. Land up! Paint me by like your Tabaxi Monk. Nice. Yes. How are you? How's the basement? I decided to ventilate it this year. I didn't know I was supposed to take the little vent covers off my crawl space. And that's where Landon lives. It's a long-running joke. He doesn't actually live in my basement. Of course, that's what I would say if I had someone living in my basement. Get in the tiny little hole. Tiny little thing. There we go. That's why it sticks together. Because I put it in there when it's all goopy. Fortnite and this is amazing. Yay! Another thing that I'm doing is I'm going to start working on these little miniature scenes. So this is a Legend of Zelda one that I've been mapping out, and it's going to be like a 3D. So a little background here. My grandmother passed last year, and before she passed, she was working on a lot of doll houses. And unfortunately, I'm not going to get the one that was saved for me and my girls. So I wanted to wait, and I wanted to make my own, essentially. I cannot keep sniffing this all day. I wanted to make my own in memory of my grandmother. And I was really... I gotta send my daughter money. She's such a fart. Hold on. Mom, Dad sent me money, but I found a shower caddy. No, shower. I know. And I keep telling her, none of those. So if you don't know, you know how like you've got the water spigot and then you've got like the shower head? Don't put anything on that, like a shower caddy, because it will break. Yeah, Landot is permanently in my basement. So anyways. So instead of being all whoa sad that I can't get the dollhouse, I'm like, I'm just gonna make my own dollhouse. The first Berserker Kazan, it looks so good. It looks so good. I like really want to play it, but I've been playing Blueprints, which I will do another playthrough on stream at some point. But I've been playing Blueprints and it is amazing. It is like Myst on crack. It's like Myst mixed with Escape Room. Like, it's really fun. Nate, did I see Nate? Did I see a Nate? Is Nate in here? Nate, thank you so much for subscribing for 16 freaking months. You are amazing, wonderful, fantastic, and superb. Love you, dude. We're just talking about Nate, is the one who was like, I'm getting you blueprints. What platform? You don't have a choice. I was like, okay, Steam. And I curled up in bed and played it for like a week. And it was really nice because I was really stressed and I wasn't in like the best physical place. I'm gonna say like, that sounds bad, but I really wasn't in like the best mental place. So it really helped. It really, really helped. There was no choice. So as soon as I had it, I was like, okay, sick. This is gonna happen. Oop. I'm going to set it up like this. We're gonna have our paint. I don't know why I'm only using like half the mat. I got this whole mat and I'm like, no, we're only gonna use a little bit of it. What? Nate, we're painting minis for our D&D game. How cool. Get on there. Thank you. Perfect. This is what the minis will go on so that I can rotate and turn them. Yeah, Gabe's in here. All right. And then we've got this for our paints. We've got this, but right now we need to kind of sand down a little bit of this. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this one. Let's see, who did I put on here first? Oh, it was mine. So, ooh, it's not dry yet. There are like these little rough patches here. You can't really see them because of the camera. If you guys do minis, will you please tell me what you use for a camera? Please? Anyway, so I'm just gonna try and carve off a little bit of this without cutting myself. You know what? We have the tools. We have the technology to do this appropriately. Who? It's you. That's better. Okay. I should really wait until this glue dries, but it's fine. I can mess it up. I do stop talking every once in a while, mostly when I'm concentrating. In case anyone's like, wow, does she ever stop? No, I really don't. Thank you! Hydrophilic Toaster. Oh my god, I love that name. Enhance! Yes, Enhance. Yeah, big fan of these magnifying glasses. Oh, so back to the minis. So my grandma, she like made almost everything for her minis. It was like really cool. And not for her minis, for her doll houses. And she would do it out of like stuff that she had laying around. So that's kind of my goal, is to do a very similar thing. This is my nail file. It'll work perfectly fine. Is to make a dollhouse. And then I was like, wait a minute, why don't instead I make scenes from like my favorite games? So the first one that I'm doing is Legend of Zelda. That was why I have this tattoo, is for her. You saw they added Sabrina Carpenter to Fortnite? Yes, I have a story about that. Don't let me forget. So I'm gonna be doing some of that stuff, as if I already don't need another hobby. But I've been feeling the urge to make something like physical art. Like, I really want to learn oil painting this summer. And I really want to do, obviously, this. So. You already killed a couple of bosses. Stubbornness can get you through. You got a quarter of his life. Nice. I don't know anything about the game except that it's a Soulsy. I really want to play the other one too. What's the other one? The 33 something, the French game, new French game that came out. That one looks really good. This is very careful work. Expedition 33, that's it. And yeah. More art. More art streams. Just, I'm gonna debate you guys, and it's actually game art theme. Be very similar to this, just chit-chatting. I'm gonna cut myself. I know it. I'm gonna cut myself today. It's fine. It's worth it. But Maggie, why are you doing this? Why not just leave them? Because I'm a perfectionist. And I can't just let things be. Guess who's Sabrina Carpenter? You got a Miku? Oh, nice! My daughter got the Miku. I haven't logged in because I know that I'll play again, and that's not a thing I want to do at the moment. But I love how the Sabrina Carpenters weren't fighting each other at all. They were just kind of like hanging out and they would dance. But they would fight other people. That was probably my favorite. Expedition 33 does look really good. It does look really good. Gabe got me this like little play with the viewers ones. Yeah. Gabe got me this thing for Christmas that I used these on. It was making a book nook. That also kind of started this obsession. I have like another little smaller eyeball right here. That's cool. Epic has made so much money off of it. I don't know if you guys would be as surprised to know how much money games with microtransactions make. Like, I've thought about making an app before, like doing the artwork and stuff for it and having it be like super simple and just to see. Just to see like what goes into it and all that, because it's amazing. It's crazy. You can't pass on Miku. Miku is fantastic. Did you see BB No Money do cosplay as Miku? That was fantastic. Luna, this is not the time. Luna. You know, I think that's her shirt. I think I just almost sawed off part of her shirt. Oh no, it's a tunic. Never mind. I'm just like, Mother, I see that you're busy. Allow me to interrupt you. Oh, I tried to blow it off and it was behind this. How silly. Kitty, no! Talked about how $10 Mount and Blizzard made more money than StarCraft 2. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. As someone who has spent so much money on Cookie Run Kingdom, I believe that. I think the only person that I know that does minis as well is Driven Demon. It's a Sunday, so I totally don't expect them to pop in. Oh yeah, you guys should definitely hang out. Just remember the rule, we are not responsible for what happens in private chats and channels. So if you are going to play in the public channel. Play in the game room. If there's a actually, I might need to make a game room. Okay, cool. I think we have all like the little rough edges and stuff taken care of. Wish the sword was straight. It is. Okay. Cool. Part of this bow is not as straight as I want it. Start our own little gaming community? For sure, we should. We should. One of the reasons that I don't do a whole bunch of stuff in the Discord is because we have a voice chat gaming room. Okay, cool. It's because I'm so busy. If you guys want to host stuff, that is totally awesome. I would be 1000% down. I'm starting to do social media consulting as if I already don't have enough things to do. But that is also taking up a bit more of my time. So yeah, which I'm super happy to do the consulting. It's just time consuming. Plus work and then life. I got Oblivion. Muffin gifted me Oblivion and I haven't even had a chance to play it, but like once. I think Gabe's played it more than I have. Can lifeless players join? Of course. Okay. Need... I'm gonna utilize some of my nail brushes because they're great for this. Okay, cool. All right. That one's done. At least she's at least like polished off. Here's the other one. I like this one. I don't dislike it. It definitely, the character of the crossbow fits better than the character of the bow and arrow. So we're gonna go with the crossbow. But we'll save the bow and arrow for another day. This is our barbarian. Gabe, Sydney uses an axe, right? Like mostly just an axe. I'm thinking about cutting the sword off of this one. Or I guess I can leave the sword on. Maybe she'll dual wield. Dude, Doom looks so awesome. It's a prequel to... Yes. Mostly an axe. Okay. I guess I can leave the sword. I can always cut the sword off. Maybe she'll get a sword in the future. What do you think? Where'd my tiny scissors go? Oh, hello, tiny scissors. All right, I think I'm gonna cut the sword off. Make it a little bit more custom. She's just got a fist. Last call, Gabe. Last call. All right, we'll work on other bits first. Actually, I don't think she has a lot of stuff that needs to be sanded down. I think, or at least cut off. I think I can just sand. It's a lot easier to access. Access? You can snip it? Cool. Okay. How is the volume on the music? BT dubs. Woohoo! Is it good? Are we enjoying ourselves today? If you guys are from Instagram, hello. Welcome. Perfect volume? Awesome. Volume's great. Yay. You guys are having a good Sunday. Happy May 4th. Do you guys have any Cinco de Mayo plans? If you are celebrating? She just has an extra fist up, you know? Cool. Always enjoy Josh stream. Yay! You plan to go to work? Yeah, same. I gotta put my time in. Unfortunately, I cannot take the time off around my birthday this month, but I will be able to take time off before. My boss is going out of town. So, and we don't need the scarab if she's not wielding a sword. So, let's see if I can do this without breaking anything. Lift up your skirt, or your jacket. Cool. Now it's just a pouch. Perfect. Yay! I thought about using my nail drill for this too, to like kind of sand this stuff down, but I don't know if I have a fine enough. I know I have a fine enough tip. I just don't want to get everything out for it. That's a bit of a pain in the booty. This is definitely soft enough. I can just file it down with a nail file. Thought about streaming on Instagram itself, but I am just not in the mood to entertain that chat. It's like a different culture streaming on a page like Instagram or TikTok. Like you have to be constantly involved and like constantly doing conversations. It takes a ton more effort, like a ton more attention. I don't know how people play video games on there. I know it's kind of what Instagram and TikTok are trying to do is like, I don't want to say replace YouTube, but give like a more of a mobile version of YouTube. Cafito, thank you so much for 12 freaking months. Look, you guys have like destroyed our sub goal. Thank you. What is that? 36? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alistair! Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I am streaming over on YouTube as well. If the Twitch ads are killing. I am streaming over on YouTube also. I don't know how many ads YouTube has. The VOD will stay up. VOD will stay up. Trim. Okay. Shave her knee down. Doot, 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 doot. So I think each part is casted and then they're stuck together very similarly to a normal like figurine. It's very, very interesting how these things are made, especially with how tiny they are. I didn't think they were so small. Let me know if you guys can or cannot see anything that I'm doing. Twitch Turbo, but give her the ad money. Yeah, I appreciate it, Landot. I didn't even know Twitch Turbo still existed. I thought they were trying to kill it a while ago. Honestly, with everything going on right now, your guys' presence is presence enough. I have been trying to figure out how to do more YouTube content. Alright, she's done. Boop. She goes over there. And you said Caleb was using a crossbow, which, why do you have to be so complicated? You're getting a bow and arrow. I just gotta whip the arrow. He's cute. He's cool. He's got pizzazz. YouTube revenue, ad revenue on YouTube is a lot better. I actually found out that the ad revenue on the Corn website, like the one, is so much better than literally everywhere else. All right, I'm like really afraid that if I do too much work on this, I'm gonna break it. Yeah, there was this chick that put up a video explaining like some kind of math stuff on YouTube and on the hub, and she made like 12K on the hub and made like 200 bucks on YouTube. I thought that was crazy. What website? Yeah. I was like, dang. Canada pays the good revenue, ad revenue. Guys, I'm not gonna go stream on the hub, but I just thought it was funny. YouTube getting bodied. By the hub. Alright, that one's good. Alright, Gabe. Paladin. Is he rocking a shield or just a sword? Woohoo, go Canada, yeah. Is he rocking a shield or just a sword? Didn't they ban the hub in the US? I think they banned it for specific states, but I don't think they banned it outright yet. But I know certain states have banned the hub. Can he still hear me? I can always yell at him. He's in the other room. Checking. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Gabe's been playing hardcore WoW. It kind of makes me want to play hardcore WoW, but also I canceled my WoW subscription because I'm playing games on Steam. Unstuck from the boss, got him a quarter of his health. Oh my gosh, like a truck. Okay. And then I need to know what the sorcerer uses. I feel like this is more accurate to their to the story. But whatever you think. Okay. Oh wait, we put him there. These are the ones that we're painting. These are the ones that no. Yes. No. Yes. These are the knocks. These are the ones we're not doing. You go over there. Bam 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 bam. Get easy guy. Yeah. It is so beautiful outside. It is so beautiful outside. And I would be outside. We only have I only have today and tomorrow to get these done. That's it. I have today and tomorrow. Honk. Beep beep. I love how isekai. I started watching Overlord, speaking of isekais. I hate isekai. Have a good look, Arthur. I'm not an isekai fan, but I will say, Overlord has me curious. I'm just checking all the things. Okay. Check up on stuff. Was it a truck full of trucks? Did a truck full of trucks hit the truck? Maybe. Maybe that's how that works. All right. Well, I guess we can start doing the skin colors. Is anybody not white? I guess I can just do mine first. I'll just do mine first. Cool. All right. Nope. There. Now we've got her on this little twisty thing. It is not balanced. Whatever. Got her on this little dude. Some double-sided tape. That was not a good idea. Maggie, why do you make these choices? I don't know. There we go. There. Oh no! Eric's a Soul Knight rogue. That's fine. We can go get another one. I'll work on these and then we can go pick up a different one later. All right. Come on. We know what we're doing, hands. There we go. See, occasionally I know what I'm doing. The paladin, because I thought that's what he originally chose. He forgot he changed. No, that's fine. We can dig him up we can go back. It's like what, 10 minutes away? Oh no, we get to go get good coffee. The coffee place. Okay. Skin color. Okay, so skin is super fun to mix. If you don't know, mixing skin is not the easiest thing in the world. We're gonna put you over here for now. I'm gonna put you over there. All right, skin is not the easiest color to mix, but once you kind of get the hang of it, it's not too terribly hard. And do a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. Is coffee, good coffee is next to the miniature place? Yes. It's a place called Isaac's. that is next to our miniature place. Vaughn, hello! Greetings to the Netherlands! How are you? A little bit of blue. That's white. A little bit of white. Alright, and then I'm going to use a dotting tool to mix these, because we don't really need a ton. So, a little bit of blue, a little bit of red. Or is it yellow? Am I missing? Is it yellow is the other color? Yeah, I feel like yellow is the other color. Paladins are good in the Curse of Strahd? I know! I know. I know. I know. I know. We don't have a paladin, which is... that's way too much yellow. No! What have I done? Come on, Maggie. We know how to make skin colors. Okay, we're getting close. It needs just a touch more. That's a pretty decent skin color for a pale person. We're gonna go with that. All right. Now we paint. Oh, I need water. 1 second. I have like my drinking water, but I don't want to do that because that's silly. There's a bathroom right behind me. 1 sec. Madeline is in her sleepy dog spot. She's such a good girl. All that smite, but out of the 2024 rules, I think it's pretty much the same. I don't know. Creature of Darkness definitely might have issues with freaking sun. Alright. So tiny. I know you guys cannot see it. I am sure you cannot see it. I hope you guys are here for the vibes, because I need that blue light to go off too. Come on. This stand is really nice though. If I can get this one, there we go. If I can get this one thing to come off. It's not a bad stand. It's actually a really nice stand for $9. Despite the controversy, it's still great in 20. What is the controversy? What is this controversy you speak of? Okay, I can't do the stand. Not right now. Not while I'm actively painting. It feels really weird. Using a pretty watered down, like my brush is quite wet for this, so that I can get her skin. Starting out with a little bit of a darker color so that I can add the highlights and I don't have to worry about going back in and shadow, like doing shading and junk. So she's gonna be a little bit darker. I'm gonna go back in and fix her up. I'm realizing you guys really cannot see that much. We'll figure it out Sunday. Maybe that is better? This is not better. Right. And she's got gloves. I think really the only flesh on this character is her face. Cool. Gabe, is everyone else of the caucus variety? I'm gonna do her ears just in case. Right, cool. I don't think my character has a smite anymore. You have a bunch more options now? I know Sydney's is. Sydney's character is so much fun. Hers is an isekai character. She is going on she was hiking through the woods doing a true crime podcast and wound up in Barovia, which was heckin' cute. What's killing me right now is the reflection of the light. Like, it's really messing with me. So I'm gonna fix something really fast. What the heck? A secret stream on a Sunday? Hello, Ron! It is a secret stream on a Sunday. We are painting minis for the family D&D game. It's gonna be happening on Tuesday. I won't be streaming it. I'll be in my kitchen. In the dining room. Gabe, I think the daughter needs a pickup. Cool. And then I don't think she has any other flesh. At least as far as I'm concerned, she has no more flesh. Wasn't a secret. No, it was a surprise. Yeah, it was just not announced. It was definitely one of those like, hey guys, I'm gonna do this thing. You wanna come hang out? Alright, so I don't need either one of these paladins. And then, I don't think Gabe can hear me. I guess we can just work on these 3 for now, and then we'll figure out the other ones later. Much better The fleshless wonder, yeah. Right, also, he just has a little bit of flesh. Not the weather, I just feel so much better today. Well, I do enjoy making flesh. I just added way too much blue to this flesh. Shoot. Got a little bit more red. You can sit for a minute. Babe, you're just taking her home. Never mind, he did not hear me. My eldest is hanging out with a friend, but she told me that her friend is going home. There you go, that's better. A little bit more white. Perfect. Load up our brush. Little bit more water. Well, you guys can't see because it's behind the typical. See, look, I made flesh. Hello, Corey! Zero! How are you? He has no nose. Huh. Well, that's not my problem. You used to drink Monster Energy when you were in high school? Same. In high school, we had balls too. Balls were really good. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Yell at me if you cannot see what I'm doing. Please. BAWLS. It was really tasty. I wish I could listen to regular music on here. I love my synthwave, but we cannot listen to copyright music on Twitch. I will get in trouble. Twitch or YouTube, I believe. Looks complicated. How many of these little guys are you going to paint? 6? 2, 4, 6? 6. Sorry, I just saw your message over on YouTube. I'm also streaming on Twitch. Alright, that is all the flesh we need for him. Alright, I'm gonna go back to doing mine. You can remove music from VODs? What? Well, yes, I can. I can. Using some of the stuff. Using like the audio split. I think I have it set up. I don't know. I don't know if I have it set up right now. Get over here. Get over here. I did not play Mortal Kombat 1 at all. We have it on the PlayStation. My daughter got it for her birthday. But it was not something that's better. I do want to play DMC5 again, though. Her face looks silly. It's an OBS Advanced, yeah. Yeah, yes. All the ad revenue, I'm rolling in my whole, like, $1.25. Sorry, you guys might hear my headphones hit the thing. I hear my glasses hit the thing. Okay. Sweet. You guys can't see what I'm doing. I am so sorry. I'm really bad at placing, like, knowing where this thing should be. I feel like that's good. I feel like that is a whole lot better. But now it's gonna, like, swoop to the side. There. Twitch is horrible now without a subscription. It is really bad. Audibly know when it's copyrighted, or do you have to know and mute it? It automatically knows, and it pings you with an error. Like, you get copyright stricken. Copyright stricken when it happens. And if you get too many copyright strikes, I need to switch to something that's not this metal tin. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen. One sec. My Momo butt. There we go. Hey! Maru, how are you? That rhymed. That's better. Copyright struck? Yeah, you'll get a copyright strike, and if you get too many, your account gets suspended or banned. Depends on how bad it is. If you like keep ignoring it, it sucks. Good night. Oh my gosh. Can't go back. It applies to stream, and it does not apply to stream. It only applies to VODs. Only applies to VODs. If I remember correctly. Is this the same color? It is. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and add just a little tiny bit of a reddish purple color with a little bit of the pink for some blush. Should dry brush it, but I don't make good decisions all the time. We are gonna dry brush it. Literally, I was like, why don't we just dry brush it? In my head. I was like, that's dumb. Just dry brush it when it's dry. Look at the music on stream. The VOD still have music in game. Your audio is present. Have no music in game. But game, yes. That is how I had it set up before. But I keep breaking it. So we don't do it all that often. Alright. I'm gonna mix some brown. I guess I actually don't need this one. I haven't painted anything this small in a year and change. More than that, 2-3 years. Other than my nails. I paint my nails tiny often. But that's really about it. No, yeah, you're not going to be able to get your church services on there. But, I mean, if it's like Hillsong type stuff, you shouldn't have too much of a problem. Or if it's like your own content, like your own self-produced music, if it's pre-recorded, you will have a bit of an issue. But... needs to be just a tad bit darker. My hair is really dark for this character. I say a tad bit, and then I just mixed in a crap ton of black. I don't like that color. I haven't even mixed colors in years. I feel like maybe a green in here would neutralize it, but that's why I'm using the yellow. Well, yellow keeps adding an ashiness too. NS Gone 30, hello, how are you? Dum, 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 dum. This is a very bright green. I don't think I'm gonna like this green. Kind of did it a little bit better. I don't really have a brown in this package, so. That's good. It's a nice brown. Muffin! Gonna waddle to your PC to prime sub. Thank you. your wonder. I can't remember. I was blasting Gunship like all day the other day because they're in the new Devil May Cry show and their new song is so good. So good. If you have not watched the new Devil May Cry show on Netflix, I highly suggest. Marvin, thank you so much for subscribing for 30 freaking months. I'm so sorry. I keep putting this on the wrong space.
Hey Mom, where is Kirby and the Forgotten Land?
It should be down there. Is it already in your Switch?
I checked, but it only has
Check your other cases. It might be in a different case.
Okay. Bring them all to my room.
All right. How is your guys' Sunday going? Is it chill? You guys having a chill Sunday? I hope you're having a chill Sunday. I don't know why I just painted this gray when it's literally already gray. Well, I guess I overpainted it a little bit with the colors. Bored. Play a bit of AC. The new one? We playing the new Assassin's Creed? Not very chill? Oof. I understand. I hope you get some time to chill. You get some time to relax. That sounds horrible. Alright. And then my character wears a lot of purples. I feel like we could get this painted and then this painted with that brownish color that we worked up. I love-hate acrylics. Like, I really do. I've been painting with oils, and oil just does not dry, like, at all. And it's so nice because I can actually do stuff. Like blend and like mix the same colors and keep them. Maggie, why didn't you just buy pre-made paint? Because I didn't want to. Because that would be too friggin' easy. No, because I don't want to spend that much money. Pre-made paints are heckin' expensive. Like the Citadel paints are so pricey. But the reason they're pricey is because nobody knows how to mix paint. Oh, you're getting through Assassin's Creed Brotherhood again? Nice. Very nice. I did not play Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. No, wait. Is that the last of like the original 3? I played the original 3 a lot. Loved the original 3. Dexter! Hello, how are you? Your favorite has been Origins? I don't think I played Origins either. Dexter, thank you so much for subscribing. At tier 3 for 15 freaking months. Has it already been 15 freaking months? Feels like just yesterday. Oh my gosh. It does. It does feel like just yesterday. I'm so sorry if you guys cannot see what I'm doing at any given time. I keep forgetting that you're watching. Origin is your favorite RPG? My favorite recently has been Fallout 4. But Muffin gifted me Oblivion Remaster, and I need to play it. But I will cry. And I don't know if I want to cry. I'm gonna play it, but I know I'm gonna cry. Normally I play a Tabaxi character, but the the Elder Scrolls games, were one of my grandma's favorites, and she passed last year, so being really messy with this brown, because everything is kind of this brownish purple, then it's just different overtone colors. But yeah. So I made a character that was essentially my grandma's, what my grandma did. Did the other one come back with her, or just one?
No.
Just ours? Okay. Never played an Elder Scrolls game before. Oh my god. Skyrim was my favorite for so long. Skyrim was like the best for me. My grandma's favorite was Morrowind. And then I don't know if she did play Oblivion. It was one of her favorites. She just never played a ton of it after Skyrim came out. Skyrim was like peak. I'm sure she would play the remaster though. I'm sure she would play the remaster. To paint the little gloves. Known as Sub. Hello. You never scrolled the Elders? It is a game with a lot to do, so I understand if it's like overwhelming to people at first, but I think that's why I really enjoyed it, because there is so much to do, and because there is so much lore across all of the games, for sure. Yes, Stretch. Hawk, hello. How are you? I need to get fresh water in a minute. The water's already super dirty. So talented. Oh, thank you. It's something. One sec, I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Douglas. You watch your Sims your gameplays? Oh, thank you. We're gonna have a bunch of the similar things. We're gonna have a bunch of similar content on Twitch as we do on YouTube. YouTube will just have some uploads of mental health content, but for the most part, it'll be relatively the same. May has just started, y'all. Got your summer breaks early. We get our summer breaks in, wow, I just got paint on my Momo butt. Oh well. We get our summer breaks in June. We do not get them in May. In Arizona, they're in May. But in Oregon, they are in June. That's not the color I wanted. Oh my gosh. My hands just like forgot what we were doing. So I've got such a tiny brush. It's like, oh, you're trying to mix colors? Let's completely mess them up. Okay, I'm trying to make a color for the bow. Like the arrow, the shaft. Summers are different times of the year for people, right? I know, like, for the southern hemisphere, like, that's one thing. Oh no, I messed up. I know for the southern hemisphere, that's like a completely different story. But like summer breaks, I kind of always assumed they were the same time for everyone. Can I just pick up a little bit of this color? Gosh, I hate painting with acrylic. So annoying. Why does it have to dry so fast? Like, why are you like this? There. I do not. Oh, thank you. You can just sit down. Thanks. I am painting our miniatures on stream for our DND game. Thank you. They are small. Very, very small. You're gonna your first therapy appointment? Yes, that is the biggest piece of advice I can give anyone is be honest, be open with yourself, with the therapist. You're not trying to impress them. You're not trying to win the award for the most put together human being. You're trying to connect and, you know, have a real connection. Most of the time when people I know are going to therapy and they say it doesn't work for them, it is because they're not honest with themselves. Like Jake Peralta.
He
Like,
talks in the show about how he
yeah.
just like doesn't talk about
Yeah. That's like not helpful. My middle is hanging out right now. She's watching.
It's an ASMR though.
It's like ASMR, she says.
Visual aid.
How's it look on the camera though?
That's
Nice.
good.
Okay.
It's far away.
Well, I can't really get closer because then
Yeah,
it just
'cause you can't
blurs. Next time I think I'll get an alcohol-based paint. I feel like that would work a lot better.
Sorry, excuse me.
Blessings.
Yeah.
8 ads? Guys, I am so sorry. YouTube, have we had many ads on that side?
You're on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. Dun, 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 dun.
What the heck? Like it up, guys.
My YouTube is not as... People aren't used to me streaming on YouTube as much. I don't think YouTube's like really solid for lives. It's like you really have to advertise that you're live on YouTube.
Yeah, like queso.
Yeah, but you never know what like video's gonna go real popular, you know?
Yippee!
Yippee what?
The first couple of comments might just be very
Oh, good. Yes. Therapy is a long journey, but it's essential. Blessings.
Sorry. Whose characters is yours?
Mine. This one right now. That I'm working on.
The one, the mage is cute.
Yeah, the mage is really cute. That's Winnie's.
Did you get these at Holiday Lobby?
No, we got him at the craft store down by Isaac's. Yeah. Will you find me another piece of white cardboard?
Yeah.
That'd be super helpful, thank you. Or just like cardboard that I can use or something.
Dude, I have something in my mind.
Thanks.
They're already on it.
Thank you. My oldest is floating around somewhere, but my middle is off with her friend. It's intense. Victor, thank you so much. Does it audio sync issues? Aw. Yeah, I feel like there's some weirdness.
Yeah.
Hold on, focusing. So tiny. Oh, it's something that somebody got off my throne. It's like a little baggy purse.
Throne.
It's like a gift.
Anonymous gift. thing.
Yeah, I mean it can be anonymous. It doesn't have to be anonymous.
I mean, like, to where we are.
Yeah. Protects the address. Yes, but can you like cut it?
Put it here.
Yeah, smaller. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. YouTube definitely has some quality image issues, even at 1080. Oh, with their bit rates. Man, that sucks. Love you too, sweetheart. Cause like YouTube is definitely seems like it would be a fun place to stream. If not just for the fact that like it's available to so many more people than shoot, I looked at the glove. So many more people than like Twitch is available to people. Hydrate. Yes. Wait, we gotta hydrate? Thank you, Saint. You guys redeemed Pat Pads? Pat. Indeed. Back from the ad break. I'm so sorry for the ad breaks. Alright, guys. Looks like we got the bow nice and done now. That's cool. I'm gonna fix that glove that I messed up. There we go. Cool. Oop. Tag Flabbit. Perfect. Okay. You gotta have a great display or monitor to enjoy YouTube videos. Ugh. Was not aware. All right, let's paint pants brown. I should have gotten, hold on, I will be right back. 1 second. I have so much paint. And I was like, why am I mixing this when I have more paint? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Welcome back, Ron. I'm back too. Girl, gotta get paid. I don't even get that much money from the flippin' ad things. That's the part that infuriates me. It's like you guys are getting screwed with the ads, and I don't even make that much. Like, why? I even grabbed some metallic paint if I decide I want to do metallic. Okay, where were we? Here she is. Okay. Nice. All right. This is literally all I'm doing today. So if you guys are like, wow, Maggie, how long are you going to be streaming? Probably this until I get bored. And then, or I get like, Chad is dead or something, and I go watch more Marvel movies. I am on, what one am I on? I just finished Civil War, I want to say. Yeah, I think I just finished Civil War. So I'm pretty certain I'm on the one after Civil War. How's the weather? It's cold. It is 63, but it is freezing in my house. All right, we're gonna paint the pants. So we need pants. Dance with somebody all by yourself. I want to see Thunderbolts. I don't have I don't really have the time or truly the cash to go see a lot of movies. Sinners was one that I really wanted to see. I've been wanting to see it for a while, so it was like, okay, I gotta see that in theaters. But that was a one-off. Normally we wait until they're out in like demand or streaming or something. But I heard Thunderbolts was very, very good. You know what? I don't know why I'm being careful with this. We can literally paint the floor brown. This is gonna be brown anyways. No Optimus Prime. Yes. Dance with somebody, dance. Nona sub, thank you so much for subscribing. Holy crap, you guys are all so amazing. Thank you. Dance with somebody, dance with somebody. You guys already met the goal for my birthday gift way back in like February. So that's awesome. I have an amazing freaking Steam Deck that I've been using. I'm curling up on the couch and out in the hammock. So thank you guys all for that. But yeah, I'm not really doing anything for my birthday. Hello, Ahmed. How are you? Might go to dinner, might not. I don't know. This might have been my birthday celebration this last weekend. Like yesterday. Wait, did Dexter gift subs? Dexter, you sneak. Dexter, thank you so much for gifting 10 freaking subs. You are amazing, wonderful, fantastic, and superb. Holy crap. Thank you. You're amazing. Dexter sneaking in. You're amazing. Appreciate you. I think this is not the brown I wanted, but it's okay. I got a mix. Careful, SpongeBob. Alright, what movies have you guys seen recently, since we're talking about movies now? You have to tell me. It's not optional. Nice. The OG Fantastic Four. Oh my gosh. You're watching Star Wars later this week? Oh, last week? That's awesome. I saw some people talking about watching the Star Wars movies. I never got to see any of them in theaters except for the prequels and then the sequels. That's it. Those are the only ones I got to see. Oh, I want to see Until Dawn. That one looks good. I don't know how they're really gonna like translate the whole Until Dawn like effect, like what it means. Section 31 Star Wars film on Paramount. Oh, it's decent. Decent's not bad. The Hobbit? Oh my gosh. The last movie I saw in theaters was Sinners. The last movie I watched was Marvel Civil War. Was Civil War. Set of dreams, set of dreams. Star Trek, not Star Wars. My bad. My brain said Star Wars. How much wood could Woodchuck chuck wood? Woodchuck could chuck as much wood as a woodchuck chuck. I don't know the answer to that. When I get boozy, I will try to I will try to do tongue twisters and to prove that I am not drunk. By the way. Just in case you're like, I wonder what Maggie's like when she's drunk. That, and I start signing instead of talking because I don't like to shout. Wasn't particularly great. I didn't think it was that bad. It's just a little Star Trek adjacent. I need to watch more Star Trek, but I don't have a Paramount sub right now. We have the Disney something bundle with Disney, Hulu, HBO, and I want to say that's really it. These pants are not the color I want, but we will paint over them with the color that I do want. Any moment. Cool. So these are minis for the Curse of Strahd. If you guys are wondering what Maggie's painting. Curse of Strahd minis. These are for our in-person campaign episode, I guess we'd call it, on Tuesday. Normally we play online, but everybody's going to be in Oregon, so we're like, heck, let's just have dinner and play our D&D campaign. It's our first one, actually, of the entire new year, which is like a crime. We did a one-shot to get used to the 2024 stuff, which was pretty neat, and it didn't suck. Guys, we're being... Hello. Hi. What are you doing? You want to sniff this? You want to sniff this? She says no. She's so cute. She's so adorable. Why does this keep moving? You finally got to watch Everest? What's Everest? Stop moving. I don't know why it decides it's allowed to rotate. There we go. It's not even supposed to rotate. She just keeps sniffing. It's so cute. That's Madeline. If you guys do not know, she's my Labradoodle. You're gonna go see Thunderbolts next weekend? Woo! Let me know how it is. Alright, those pants are a little bit better. I just wanted them to kind of stand out a bit from the boots, but we're gonna dry brush the boots. It'll be fine. Mount Everest disaster? Ooh. Interesting. Mixing area looks like an owl. It does. It does. I see the ears. I see exactly what you're saying. Alright, let's mix up a little bit of a purple. I feel that we need to do that because I want to paint her jacket. Well, we've got like this little book down here that we could paint with the brown. So let's paint this with the brown. Let's make it a pretty brown with, again, I think we're just gonna go with a purple brown. Maybe a blue brown this time. Everything's brown because it's Barovia, and Barovia sucks the life out of everything. Add a little bit of yellow in. Let's see what happens when we add yellow. Okay, that's not bad. And I am trying to paint everything a wee bit darker so that I can dry brush and add in the highlights. And I'll explain what dry brushing is when we get there. You have to stay to know what I'm talking about. Ah. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Madeline, are you getting yourself in trouble? Are you getting your tiny little self, not so tiny little self, she weighs 75 pounds, in trouble? I think she might only weigh 65. It's very... I pick her up all the time. Maybe I'm stronger than I think I am. That's an option. Can I move your arms? I cannot. That's cool. Relax your shoulders. Next time on Draskia Ball Z. My grandma used to make fun of Dragon Ball Z so much. She'd make fun of the name all the time. It was hilarious. Alright. And then her jacket. Let's make her jacket like more like this color. Like a dry blackish purple, I feel like would be nice. Her colors are also purple, so. Oh, so did you guys want to hear about my character? Do you want to hear about her backstory and who she is and why she's in Barovia? Lore, yes. Okay, so she was in the woods looking for her brother. He is a monster hunter from water, and they're from Water's Deep. So her entire family are monster hunters, and she has two brothers and a dad, and the dad left a while ago, and they assume that he has been killed by monsters. So instead of being a monster hunter, she is sort of like the lore keeper for the brothers. So if they need information, if they need, she's like the guy in the chair, to use a Marvel example. She's pretty much the guy in the chair. If you have a question, she has an answer. And she is in charge of like healing, and so she had like potions and could handle doing a bunch of like research. Like she's very knowledgeable of monsters and the creatures of the world, of the Forgotten. Is it Forgotten Realms? No, wait, where is? Anyways, so all the creatures. So she's in the woods and she's looking for her brother, and her brother has gone missing, and so she winds up somehow in Barovia. And the first half of our adventure, she was an alchemist, but she is going to have a bit of a moment where she's like, I can't do this anymore. I need to take more. Forgotten Realms. Thank you. She's like, I can't do this anymore. I need to take more action. And she is going to start using ranger abilities. I believe I have her set up more of like a monster hunter type ranger. I forget exactly what I have all of her things set up as. But yeah, so she is going to be more of that kind of a monster hunter. She's going to take up like her father's mantle and become, think of like if the Winchesters had a sister. That's pretty much the dynamic. And thus far in this story, her brother was cursed by something, I don't know what, but he's essentially like this huge, creepy, scary monster that's been running around Barovia, and they think that he's like a demon, like a creature of Strahd, the Barovians. So she has to like protect him, keep him safe. But there's like other stuff going on. They did, and she was called Charlie. Yeah, except for Charlie was more like Dean. This is almost more like if they had a sister and was like incredibly protective of her and like didn't want her to go out and do stuff. When I made this character, I was watching a lot of Supernatural. If you... What? Camera! Stay where you're supposed to stay, please. Stay. Thank you. But yeah, very exciting. Very cool. Cute nails. Thank you! They're lavender. I gotta redo them. I gotta do more. They're starting to grow out a little bit. But yeah. So that's the story thus far. The ragtag group of folks. That is way too watery. Shoot. Shoot. But yeah, good times. Good times. I really enjoy making characters and like creating worlds, creating backstories and stuff. My previous character was a Tabaxi monk. She was drunk all the time, constantly. All right, and then her cloak. This is where like the details are getting a little bit more detail-y, so I gotta really get in there. Sorry, random moment of focusing. Looking good so far. Thank you. Can I tell you guys about the Fortnite skins I have? I have no idea what Fortnite skins I have. I'm gonna be honest. I think I have the bunny. No, I don't know. I'm gonna have to log in and take a look. Stop moving, please. Stay. Listen, I know you guys are getting bored, but you don't have to leave. No, I'm just kidding. Let me see if I can put a piece of sticky tape up there. Hold it in place. Okay, that should hold it. At least for now. Sheesh. Boop. Now let me look at them paint tubes for reals. All right. It's helpful because I'm like resting my head on the camera, as you guys can see. So it's like you guys are getting exactly the view that I have. Almost exactly. I've had the itch to play Elden Ring again. I think it's because I've been seeing Night Rain content. Made of gasoline. All right, I like it. It looks like a patchy, like how like leather would look, like almost like a leather duster. Cool. I do want her shirt. Oh, you got the Power Ranger one? Oh, that's so cool. I love Power Rangers. I'm a big Power Rangers fan. I got to see Jason David Frank before he passed away. It's pretty cool. So I got to speak at an event for musicians, for indie musicians, and I got to speak on social media. Because if you don't know my profession, I'm a social media manager, and it's fun. But I got to speak on social media, and one of my pieces of advice when people are like, how did you find success in like your social media account? My favorite answer to give is spite. Because the algorithm can feel so disheartening. And it cracks me up because when people are like, what do you mean by spite? It's like you have to want to prove the algorithm wrong. Like you want to have that like energy and that push to keep going. No matter if the algorithm is mad at you that day or not. It just always yeah, spite, right? Like spite. Like, why do you keep doing this thing? Pure, unadulterated spite. I'm not gonna let it win. I'm gonna keep going. I was just thinking of when I was a child, a wee one. I wanted to do an art project where I did a 3D museum and I wanted to sculpt. So we're learning about sculpting. I wanted to sculpt all of the little statues. Is that why I keep you in the basement? Yes. I wanted to sculpt all of the tiny little statues. And I remember somebody was like, no, you can't do that. That's too much work. You don't know how to do that. And then years later, I did sculptures and sold them. It just reminded me of that. Spite. I don't like it when people tell me I can and cannot do things. Makes me aggressive. Rawr.
Put two beating hearts together, stitch the seams and pull the levers, strange desires, sparks and wires. I sign the dotted line and tell it yours to mine, no anesthetic for hearts electric. Parts start to decay when just your shadow half remains. The operation got complications.
Nice.
And the part of you that died, I'll carry all my life.
All right, we're gonna give her basement reveal when. Yeah. It's so easy to give up amidst all the noise. Agreed. Very, very, very much agreed. Cigarettes after sex concert, the best decision you ever made? I don't know who they are. My favorite concert is The Midnight, who's we're listening to right now. They're amazing. One of my favorites. Oh, I just got red paint on this. Shoot, look at this. It's all over. It's got red paint on my shirt. Oh well. It's an older shirt. Shrug. How many subs do I currently have? I think like 70. 72. 72. Ah! No, you don't have to. I don't know why the alerts aren't working. Sorry. I'm gonna try to use a little bit of a black wash almost to shadow in some parts of these areas, give them a little bit more depth. That's why I was wetting down that space. Has like a fluid basement dweller version of crib. Yeah. Hope you all have been well. It's been a really rough year. I'm sure you guys can understand. I work in the nonprofit space and things are weird. Like really weird. Twitch says 15K followers. Yeah, 15K followers. Alright, I want her cloak to be green. I feel like a greenish, a dark forest green cloak would be cool. You know? This side's color is like not wanting to take and it's driving me bonkers. Honestly, guys, if you want to help out, subs are great, but throwing money at my bank account helps me pay down my debt and pay bills. Yeah. There we go. That's better. Okay, that's a more even color. This like spot right here, color just does not, you guys can't see. There's like a spot right here that color just does not want to stick. It's driving me nuts. That posture looks painful. No, I'm good. I'm sitting up. I'm just leaned forward. I'm bending at my waist, not like slouched necessarily. Okay, so we have like a fur here that we need to do, like a little fur color right here. I think we're going to take this color, we're just gonna mix it with a bit of white. See how we like that for fur. A little bit more white. There we go. Keep bonking the camera with my glasses. It's cracking me up. Cream colored fur. You know, like a sheep. Like an alpaca. Like an untreated or like an undyed fur. I do not know what is going on in her neck right here, so we're gonna figure out what that is. Because that's odd. Alright, cool. Oh, I think it's a braid. Is it a braid? It's a braid. Oh, so we need to color her hair. Does that posture hurt your back? No. Nope. Not at all. I did not realize how much I paint with purples. If you hear any noises in the background, my window's open, but my curtain, my like blinds are super close together, so they make like a clacking sound. Okay. Oh no, I touched her face. It's not that bad. Okay. I think we have another braid right here too. Cool. Go ahead and tuck some color in here. What are you guys eating today? Too high of a risk at robbing it with your 6-shooter? Wait. Do it, Landon, and then burn everyone's debt. That's the only acceptable solution. Right, her shirt is white. So I think I'm just gonna paint all of her shirt like white, and then this cloak is gonna be a dark green. Kind of like a grayish white, not a solid white.
But the skyline shines with a certain light, and I know you're sick of it. But I know we're happy hour nearby, and there's a possibility that one day things will get better.
6 p.m. You should be getting supper. Yes, you should. Do not forget to eat. Painting this white as well will be easier because I can get away with leaving the gray underneath it. Something edible? Yes. That's what I answer my kids every time they ask me what's for dinner. I'm like, something edible, hopefully food. Dad jokes. Much respect to people that do this as a hobby. This is nuts.
How dare you? Try and throw away the script.
Try to throw away what? I wasn't gonna throw it away. It literally says do not donate.
Oh, I didn't read it. I thought you were
You didn't read it? No. It says do not donate on the thing, goober.
I thought I only read donate.
You're good.
So,
You
okay.
silly goose. You silly goose. Love you. I cleaned out my closet and I put all my onesies in a bag. It says do not donate on it. And she's like, how dare you? It literally says it's not going anywhere. So she's wearing a Totoro onesie. Where did I mix that color? It like disappeared on me. Wild. Mother! I thought my pie! Isn't the cloak the part of the fur? I didn't know because the texture's different. So I don't know if you can tell that the texture is like a different texture from the cloak. It's like connected right here. Maybe when I get some color on there, it'll make more sense. Better than nothing? My text box on Twitch chat is ridiculously, like, small. I don't understand why. Gotta go, but thank you! Thank you for hanging out. That text box is so much bigger. Text box. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. This has been a wonderful time. Alright, let's mix some green. A nice dark cloak. Interaction, just a distraction. All right. Not quite the green. I'd love to know what they were thinking when they made this green. That's better. That's like a hunter's green. Honestly, I think this is a net. But I can't cut it off because there's nothing underneath it, so we're gonna just roll with it being a cloak. Using our imagination. Crocodile hide, yeah. I'm thinking almost like a, I don't know, I gotta look at my character's stuff. I'll come up with something. Hey Lamb, what are you doing in here, huh? Wonder what we're having for dinner. Using a magnifying glass is actually like wild. I really am enjoying it. Like really enjoying it. It's nice.
The two ramen are mine.
Okay. The 2 ramen are the sun's. Do not take them, chat. He will fight you 1v1 in Elden Ring and he will win. Or in Fortnite and he'll win. He's really good at Fortnite. Oh my gosh. It's starting to look like a thing. It's starting to look like something, y'all. Maybe we'll just do all of this a dark green. I'm not vibing with the yellow there. What are you doing in here, boy?
Click for a pants because Momo's friend is here.
Momo's friend is here.
That told me.
No, there's no friend here.
Oh.
Did a new friend show up?
Mm-hmm. Hey Momo, did your friend show up?
Kind of reminds you of the Witcher game. Yeah. Should I just paint the yellow, green? Trying to add like some kind of a contrast. More friends. I know, right? She has so many friends. All right. I don't know. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to paint the base a darker brown. So apparently there's no life in Barovia, so... You enjoy streaming? I do, yes. My problem is my ADHD kicks in and I get like wicked bored. Not like of you guys, but just of doing the same thing. And I can only handle music for so long. Like I want to listen to something, you know, kind of. She hates you. I mean, yeah, I like everyone else but Landot and Muffin. I bet Muffin's not even here anymore. That makes it no fun. Makes it no fun to do that joke. Okay. I know her boots are blending in, but we're gonna have flacking down. It'll make sense. It'll make sense. I promise. All right. Let's color these little doodads on her. We have like little orbs, like little bottles. So we're gonna do blue one. Why am I using such a large brush? I literally have a brush made for this. We all know Muffin breaks everything. Yes. No, Muffin's a sweetheart. I want to do these where I have the time to like really make them custom and use 2-part epoxy and like really customize them. But not today. Tag Flabbit. The camera is like in my way. 1 second. I'm like having a hard time getting my face into the camera. That I did on purpose. Oh my gosh, my eyes are like starting to get so tired. This is so weird. Like doing this is so weird because it's so small. I feel like I should have gotten those little glasses. You know what I'm talking about? They had them too. I should have just gotten them while I was there. They're like magnifying glasses, yeah. Wish I had a slowing agent too to like slow down the paint from drying, but it's fine. We're scrappy. We're gonna be scrappy with it. We need to mix a little bit of a flesh tone. Because there is a side of her neck that needs flesh. Do you guys ever crave like a movie? Like a type of movie and you're like, man, I really want to watch this specific type of movie? Do you guys ever have that feeling?
The top shelf tumbles and the wall clocks run well. Scotch bottles and the soda guns. You missed the last train from the city tonight. Old friends see each other in a different life.
Wow, look at that. Suddenly I learned how to mix paints again. Wild. I have that with games. What I like about acrylic is it dries fast. But also, Maggie, what I like about acrylic is it dries slow. Welcome to the dichotomy of me. Hi, I'm Maggie, and I'm dichotomous. And I contradict myself constantly. There are so many like little details in her neck area that make zero sense. Not to mention that she looks like a hunchback, but we're not going to talk about that. Okay. Movie craving, sure, give me a film and own mom. Yeah. My movie craving recently has been vampires. But there's like not a vampire movie I want to watch because I've watched so many of them. Sorry guys, super concentration mode. So we will bring back VTubing probably in the evening. So if you guys ever see me on here and I'm up, I just painted all over her face. Actually, it doesn't look bad. And I'm like a character instead of a person. That is still me, like an animated character. I'm just tired and I don't want to be on camera. Don't want to be observed. All right, what do you guys think? She's tiny. Wait, that's you? It is! All right, here she is. She's small. She's very small. We gotta add in highlights and a few other things still. This, like, top half of her is driving me insane, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm, like, not liking the way that some of this area looks. Like, right here. It's very confusing. I do have, like, the example card and everything, but it's just like, why? Why did you have to put all that there? Why did you have to make it so busy? Why are you like this? I smell bacon. Goodbye, Alistair. Oh my gosh, it's past midnight for you. Thank you for hanging out with us, though. You are wonderful and amazing and fantastic. Okay, cool. So we're gonna let this dry, and then oh, I didn't paint the little thingy right there. I have a few other areas I need to touch up. Okay. All right, let's make this silver. Oh, steak and curly fries. Curly fries sounds so good. So I've been on a diet, and I got a walking pad, which is pretty cool. We might do some walking pad and chat streams. But I got a walking pad, and I've been on a diet, and I lost like 12 pounds, which is really great. But I'm switching over to maintain because I can't keep up with like the loss right now. So I was at 1,200 calories. I'm 5'1", by the way. I'm 5'1". So when I say I have 500 calories a day, that's not 500, 1,200. That's 1,200 for a 5'1" human being. So, but I lost, which is great. But I've switched, and they gave me 1420, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. So now I've got 1420. 1,420 calories. Very, very excited. Like literally half a foot shorter than you. Yeah. I'm like a solid foot shorter than Gabe. Not too. Like I am tiny. I get the feeling people don't realize how small I am. Small. I am small. I'm pocket-sized, but I bite. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you? No, I don't bite much. YouTube, I did not forget about you. Hello, Sprue! Thank you so much for liking and subscribing. You are awesome. There's like a little pouch right here I missed. I painted it purple on accident. Little pouch. Thank you, little pouch. We got you. We did not forget you for long. Cool. What else is down there? Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Ben! So you're a Chihuahua? Yeah, pretty much. All right. Let's let her dry completely. And then we'll go back and add in the dark, well, the light, and then we'll add in the dark wash. Okay, I need a stretch break. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all these by Tuesday. I'm going to try my darndest, though. Ooh, okay. Anyways, hey guys, how are we doing? How are we feeling? Take a stretch break. Don't forget to stretch. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Arthur. I only get like 4 blocks of chat right now on here. It's really weird. Deadpool versus Wolverine is such a good movie. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. I've had a really fun time doing this. I'm not leaving quite yet. We've been live for almost 3 hours. Oh my gosh, Dexter! Dexter! Thank you! Did that pop up on screen and I didn't see it? Dexter, thank you so much for the tip. You're amazing. And your choice in numbers is fantastic. It's 10 out of 10. Thank you. What? And what, Nona sub? Oh, hi, baby. You got a dog. You got a dog. Doggy. Doggy dog. My doggy dog. Oh, you hear that here. Dog. She sniff. Her little nose. Look at her little nose sniffing. Little sniff. She's so cute. Up here, let's. She's such a cute baby. I might be obsessed with my dog. I might be just a little bit obsessed with my dog. Boop. Yeah, boop indeed. She just lays behind me the whole time. It's so nice. She's just always around. Okay. Oh, next one. Let's do... I gotta see who actually put in their descriptions of their characters. I don't think I'm going to be able to paint the other ones without their descriptions. Because everyone's like changed, and some of them are completely new characters. That blows. It sucks. Wholesome Bean, thank you. Thank you. Alright, let's see which one we can paint. This one's so cool. Look at this one. That is so neat. Super cool. And we've got... I don't know though if they want this one or if they want the other one. I feel like they're gonna want this one. And then the barbarian. I gotta fix this. This is gonna drive me bonkers. Dance with somebody, dance with somebody, dance with somebody, dance. Dance with somebody, dance with somebody. That's definitely fur. This right here. That's definitely fur. And I think she's a redhead. I want to say she's a redhead barbarian. But I don't know if we're going to hear back from them. Maybe I should just do it. Should just paint them. I guess I could paint like their clothes and stuff. I don't need to start with their hair. That's what we'll do. We'll paint their clothes and stuff. I don't have to start with their hair. All right. trying to decide what I want to do. Quiz with the Pokemon, something like Fur, Awful, or Stone. I don't know what that is. You sure they won't mind some artistic liberties? Truth. Look at this face. Can I get the face on here? Aw. Face. Bye. Have a wonderful one. Oh my gosh, almost 4. Get some good rest. Alright, we'll start with this dark brown. This is my little water cup. I've been dipping it behind you guys, behind my camera. The image of the anime and you guess what texture it might be? How crazy, I've not heard of that. How have you all been of late? Hello, Dr. Norb. I've been busy, but good. Busy, but good. I feel like pants in fantasy things are always brown or black. Brown or black? Unless you're playing The Witcher. Then they're like gulf colors. Plaid. Yes, fantasy. Hello, Ben. Have a wonderful one. Your alarm goes off in 5 hours. Yes, get some sleep. No, it's late over there. Oh my gosh. That was a mess trying to get that in there. Oh my Lanta. Can I like bend this? How am I supposed to paint that? I can't even hardly see, like I could see it, but how am I supposed to reach it? I'm trying to paint in between her legs. I need like one of them little curvy brushes. I have one for makeup, but I don't have one for this. Oh my gosh. I'm about to just dip her whole character in brown. Have a wonderful sleep. We're just smeared it in there. It's fine. That's fine. What am I hearing? Oh, it's my blinds. You could just not paint there. No, it'll drive me insane. It will actually drive me crazy. Thankfully, it's just a base coat, so it's not like I need to be like super accurate, and I can always paint over the other colors. All right, pants done. Well, pants base coat done. Do you guys have any fun plans this week? Y'all doing anything fun?
underground to make a way for the dark hearts to feel the love I found is all the love you
Work? Yeah.
underground.
I think I have work. We have D&D.
We dream away,
Well, I know I have work, but we have work in D&D. Hey, puppy. Oh, just work. Hi, baby dog. All right. Trying to think of what other colors I want to do. Look, she sniff.
the beauty of a just word and the convenience of a lie. I tore down that picture. There is no other perfect life. But in the
What are you
dirt under my
sniffing?
fingers,
Why are you sniffing? That's so cute. She's cute.
life gets you down
Starting a new work project? Nice.
underground.
She sniff.
Away for the dark hearts to feel the love I found is all the love you need underground.
Alright, let's color the fur on this. I forget what color I want to do the fur on this one. Like a light brown, I'm thinking, as I grab black. I hope your new work project goes well, Ron. Shoot, I gotta download and do something. Before I, not, like, I just gotta remember to do something today. Whoop. Like 4 movable bridge factories? Holy crap, that sounds cool. Good luck. There's a lot of fur on this character. Don't let PETA know. Hmm? Thought I heard somebody say babe. Started preparing the pieces last week. That does sound super neat. I wish we could listen to podcasts together. Because I've been listening to this one called the Magnus Archives. And it would be so cool to be able to listen to it with you guys. I'm not a fan of PETA. I don't like PETA. I love animals, and I don't like PETA. PETA is one of the worst. Hydrate, thank you. PETA is one of the worst organizations. They have a high kill rate for exactly what they're fundraising for. Good message, wrong messengers? Yes. There's some crease lines on here, but I don't think it's gonna affect it too much. She's gonna have a much lighter base than the other character I just did. So a lot of her clothes are gonna be lighter in color. And then her accessories are gonna be darker. And then I'm gonna make a lot of it look stained, like with blood. They're even trying to help pets. They said at some point they think that pets and domesticating animals are a mistake. Yeah, they're crazy. Not a fan of PETA. And then her like fur cloak is gonna be black. Well, no. Maybe it'll be like white. She's a barbarian, you know? But I'm trying to get just a color on here that isn't the heck was that? Color on here that isn't the gray. Did we just hear this? Can we listen to podcasts together on here? Is that a thing? Thank you, daughter.
Yeah. How's it going?
Here's mine. The base coat's done. I need to add in the
It looks like you.
Thanks. I need to add in the lighter colors and then add in a dark wash. And then this one's Sid's.
Make sure everyone eats.
Huh?
Make sure everyone eats.
Eat.
Because it's like fast lunch. I made Ron and Rana.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yeah, I made him. He was like, I want salsa, and I was like, okay, buddy, get some hot sauce. And he was like, I don't know where it is. I was like, buddy, you
He
live
wanted
here,
hot
buddy.
sauce?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. That's a change.
So I put garlic hot sauce in his thing, and he literally ate it.
Wow, that's nice. Thank you. It's very nice of you.
Yeah, I made him eggs.
That's good.
Because he wanted to do 2 packs of ramen and 5 eggs.
Oh my
Boy,
gosh.
boy, you're not bulking.
No, but he's massive. He's growing. He's growing the dude.
Anyways, love you. I'm doing laundry.
Love you
Just
too.
organize my whole room.
Hey, don't forget the top priority is them cat boxes.
And
Thank you.
thank you for reminding me.
Thank you for doing everything. I love it when my kids do their chores. Makes my life easier and then I don't have to yell at them.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
call me out if I try and call Ronan out about stealing socks, because in my room,
All the socks? Yep.
in my box.
Had a feeling.
Yeah, like there's like a whole like
Mess ton?
yeah, love you.
Silly goose. Love you too. Hold up.
You played the martyr. We could have been
Hold on. I'm Googling something. She's a sock thief. What is a non... Is Nate still in here? What is a Creative Commons attribution non-commercial share alike? Because I want to listen to Magnus Archives on here with you guys. But I don't want to get copyright stricken. Welcome back. Which podcast? The Magnus Archives on Spotify. Well, I mean, they're on Spotify, but... Like, I'm not going to be playing them to get subs. We're just playing them in the background. I'm free to share, adapt. So if we're talking about it, we can do it. We're not using it for commercial purposes. So we can totally listen to it. That's what Creative Commons means, right? Right? Yeah. Part of me wants to say yes. Watch out, nails. I know my nails keep getting in the way. Because it's like a really cool podcast. It's like spooky. It's a spooky podcast. And it's been really fun to listen to. There it is. I think I'm gonna listen. Yeah, we're gonna listen to it. Which was the one that I was on recently? Burned Out. Ooh, Father's Love. This one's like 31 minutes long. It says you have to give them attribution, which a timed link in chat should do. Yeah. I'm gonna make a command at some point, but this is the one we're gonna listen to. We're gonna listen to some stuff.
And now, wireless for just 15.
Go and how far?
Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Tale exploring a dark.
Let me know how the volume is. This will make streaming a lot easier for me because I have a hard time
in 1950s Los Angeles history.
Focusing.
Listen now, only on Audible.
With just music.
Audible.com/The Big Fix. That's audible.com/The Big Fix.
Okay. Like, if I comment on it, it should be fine.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archive.
If you really like Eldritch horror and like spook, I cannot suggest this podcast enough.
Episode 9. A Father's Love.
Okay, how's the volume? I love how there's folks that are trying to go to sleep and I'm like, let's listen to spooky stories. Stop it. Okay.
Statement of Julia Montauk regarding the actions
Sick.
and motivations of her father, the serial killer Robert Montauk. Original statement given December 3rd, 2002. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Seems good by my sweet.
My father was a murderer. There's no way I can reasonably deny it at this point.
Oh, she just jumps
The
right
evidence
in.
provided by the police was overwhelming, and I saw his shed myself. I'm not here to try and clear his name. there wouldn't be much point anyway, as I'm sure you know he died in prison last year. 7 years isn't much to have served out of a life sentence, but I doubt it was the early parole he'd have hoped for. Sorry, maybe that wasn't in the best taste. Still, his passing is why I feel like I can tell this story. Something I never really felt free to do before now. I always expected him to talk about it during the media frenzy that surrounded his trial, but for whatever reason he kept quiet.
I love these. They're almost SCP-like.
I understand a bit more now why he never spoke about it, preferring people draw their own conclusions. But at the time I couldn't fathom why he just sat there silently, letting others talk for him. I'd like to tell someone now, though. And I've only recently finished my court-appointed counselling sessions, so I'd rather not tell the tabloids and have "my father killed to fuel cult magic, says daughter of monster" splashed over page 7 of the weekend edition. So that leaves you guys.
Okay.
Respectable is
I think it's
hardly
good.
the word I'd use, but it's better than nothing. So yes, my father killed at least 40 people over the course of the 5 years prior to his arrest in 1995. I won't recount the lurid details. If you're interested, you can look up Robert Montauk in the newspaper archive of any library. There'll be plenty there. The papers clearly didn't care much about the American bombing, because in April of that year they seemed to be talking about nothing but my father. There were also a couple of books on him, none of which I can really recommend, but I guess Ray Cowan's No Bodies in the Shed is the closest to what I'd consider accurate. Although it does imply that I was
These are all
an accomplice,
fictional, by the way.
despite the fact that I was 12 years old at the time. Honestly, I discovered most of the details from the newspapers and the court, just like everyone else. My
In case you
father
didn't
spent my
know.
formative years killing dozens of people, and I had no idea. But the more I think back over my childhood, the more sure I am that there was something else going on. I don't have any theories as to what any of this means, but I just need to get it down on paper somewhere. And this seems as good a place as any.
So, just for
I've always lived in
clarification,
the same house.
this is a submission to the Magnus Archives, so that the freaky creepy stuff can be logged for future research and tracking and stuff. So the Magnus Archives takes these submissions and keeps them. If you ever saw I don't know, I think the closest thing I can describe it to is an SCP journal. It has that little retro vibe to it that I'm a big fan of. If you've seen my latest YouTube video, yeah, it's really fun. Okay, I'm gonna try back on.
It's on York Road in Dartford. Even now, after all that's happened, and all I know about what went on there, I can't bring myself to leave. As far as I know, the shed came with the house. It always sat in the garden, old, wooden and silent. I don't recall it being used until after the night my mother disappeared. That's when everything started to get strange. My memory of early childhood is patchy, mostly isolated images and impressions, but I remember the night she vanished like it was yesterday. I was 7 years old and had been to the cinema that evening for the first time in my life. We had been to see The Witches at what back then was the ABC down on Shaftesbury Avenue.
Good movie.
I'd seen films before, of course, on our tiny living room television, but to see a movie on the big screen was awe-inspiring. The film itself was terrifying, though, and even now I'd say it was far scarier than any child's film has a right to be.
True.
I remember I spent a lot of it close to tears, but had been so proud of the fact that I hadn't cried at all. When we got home, I lay awake for a long time. That scene where Luke is transformed into a mouse kept playing in my mind, and for some reason it left me too afraid to go to sleep. It was then that I heard
If you've seen The Witches, you know why.
Downstairs, like something heavy falling over. I didn't have a clock in my room, so had no idea what the time was, but I recall looking out of the window, and the world was dark and utterly silent. The thump came again, and I decided to go downstairs and see what it was. The landing was almost pitch black, and I tried to be as quiet as possible so nobody would know I was there. The fourth stair down from the top of the staircase always creaked, and still does, in fact. but I don't think I've ever heard it creak louder than it did that night as I crept down them so slowly. The light downstairs were all turned off except for the kitchen light, which I could see from the bottom of the stairway.
My phone just
I
scared the
walked into
crap
the
out of me.
kitchen to find it empty. The back door stood open, and a cool breeze blew through it that made me shiver in my pajamas. I saw something shiny laying on the table. Reaching up, I found my mother's pendant. The design had always struck me as beautiful. It was silver, an abstract shape of a hand with a symbol on it that I believe was meant to represent a closed eye. I had never seen her take it off. In my child's mind, I assumed that she had just left it on the table, an accident, and that the open door meant nothing. I went back upstairs, necklace clutched firmly in my hand to return it to her. She wasn't in bed, of course. The space next to where my father lay, fast asleep, was empty. I gently
It's the
touched
dad,
my
not the
sleeping
kid.
father's shoulder, and he awoke slowly. I asked him where Mum was, and he started to say something when he saw the silver chain clutched in my hands. He quickly got out of bed and started to get dressed. As he pulled on a shirt, he asked me where I had found it, and I told him on the kitchen table. Following me downstairs, his gaze was immediately locked on the open door, and he paused. Instead of going outside, he walked over to the kitchen sink and turned on one of the taps. Immediately there began to flow a dark, dirty-looking liquid, and the sick, salty smell of brackish water hit my nose, though at the time I didn't understand that's what it was. The light in the kitchen blew out at that moment, and the room got very dark. My father told me everything was fine, and that I should go back to bed.
That is way too painful.
His hands shook slightly as he took the pendant from me, and I didn't believe him, but I did what I was told anyway. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting for my father to return that night, but I know it was getting light outside when I finally fell asleep. Eventually I woke up. The house was quiet and empty.
That's
I had missed the start of school by hours, but that was fine because I didn't want to leave the house. I just sat in the living room, silent and still. It was almost evening again by the time my father actually returned. His face was pale, and he barely looked at me, just walked straight to the cupboard and poured himself a glass of scotch. He sat next
Is
to
the
me,
mom the
drained
monster?
the glass, and told me that my mother was gone. I didn't understand, still don't really, but he said it with such finality that I started to cry, and I didn't stop for a very long time. My father was a policeman, as I'm sure you've read, so as a child I just assumed that the police had looked for my mother and failed to find her. It wasn't until much later that I discovered they'd never even had a missing persons report filed on her. As far as I know, I never had any living grandparents, and apparently no one noticed she was gone, which was strange, as I have vague memories of her having friends over a lot before she vanished. Everyone assumes she was one of my father's first victims, but there was never enough evidence to add it to the official tally. It doesn't really matter. For what it's worth, I don't think he did it. I won't deny it makes sense from the outside, but I remember how devastated he was when she disappeared. He started drinking a lot. I think he did try to look after me as best he could, but most nights he just ended up passed out in his chair. That was also when he started spending a lot of time in the shed. I'd never really paid it much attention before. As far as I was concerned, the sturdy wooden structure was just the home of spiders' nests and the rusted garden tools my parents would use once a year to attack the overgrown wilderness that was our back garden. But soon after my mother's disappearance, a sturdy new padlock was placed on the door. My father spent a lot of time inside. He told me he was woodworking, and sometimes I'd hear the sound of power tools from inside, and he'd present me with some small wooden token he had made. But mostly there was silence. It should probably have bothered me more than it did, the hours he spent in there, and that odd smell I sometimes noticed, like tinned meat. But I never really paid it much attention.
Like
I had my own
tinned
grief
meat?
to deal with. He was gone most nights as well. Often I would wake up from one of my nightmares to find the house silent and empty. I would look for him, and he would be gone.
Yeesh.
I never despaired at this for some reason, not like I had when my mother vanished. I knew he would return eventually, when he was finished with what I had decided must be police business. Sometimes I'd lie awake until he returned. Once, as I lay awake, I heard him come into my room.
Huh?
I pretended to be asleep. I don't know why, but I thought I'd be in trouble if he found out I was awake. He walked over to me and gently stroked my face. His hands smelled strange.
Say what?
Back then I didn't know the scent of blood,
What?
mixed with that faint saline smell of brackish water. He whispered to me then, when he thought I was asleep, promised to protect me, to make sure that it wouldn't get me too.
From what?
There was a strangled sound to his words, and I think he might have been crying. As he left, I opened my eyes just enough to see him. He stood by the door, his face in his hands, wearing light grey overalls that were stained with a thick, black substance.
Blood.
I often wish I'd asked him about that night. I wonder if he'd known I was awake, if I had asked him in that moment of weakness. Well, it's far too late for that now. Over the next couple of years, I noticed that my father seemed to be injured quite a lot, and there was rarely a time when he didn't have some sort of plaster, bandage, or
I
bruise
bet it's
visible.
the mom.
I'd also occasionally find small blood spots or smears on the floors or tables, especially in the hall. I got very good at cleaning them, and it never occurred to me to pay much attention to where they came from.
What?
I just assumed the blood was my father's.
Well, I guess that's
He
reasonable.
started staying home during the day, and told me he'd been permanently assigned to the night shift.
Mm.
I believed him, of course, and it was only after his arrest that I discovered that had been the point he'd resigned his job on the police force. I don't know where the money came from after that, but we always seemed to have enough. Knowing what I know now, it sounds awful to say, but those were some of the happiest years of my childhood.
What?
I'd lost my mother, but my father doted on me, and together it seemed like we would get past our pain. I know I've made him sound like an alcoholic recluse who lived in the shed, but those were generally nocturnal activities for him. During the day was time he spent with me. There was only one time I recall him going into the shed during the day. This was a couple of years after my mother's disappearance, and I must have been about 10. The phone in the kitchen started ringing, and my father was upstairs. I had recently received permission from my father to answer the phone, so I was excited to take up my new responsibility.
Oh, that's cute.
I picked up the handset and said my memorized phone script into the receiver. "Hello, Montauk residence." A man's voice asked to speak with my father. It was a breathy voice, like that of an old man, and at the time I decided he had a German accent, though when I was young, a lot of different nationalities and accents were lumped together in my mind under the label German. "What is this regarding?" I asked, as I had a whole phone conversation memorized and wanted to use as much of it as possible. The man sounded surprised at this, and said hesitantly that he was from my father's work. I asked him if he was from the police, and after a pause he said yes. He asked me to tell my father that it was Detective Rayner on the line, with a new
What?
case for him. At this point my father had come down to the kitchen to see who was calling. I told him, and he visibly paled. He took the handset from me and placed it to his ear, not speaking but listening very intently. After a moment he told me to go up to my room, as this was a grown-up conversation. I turned to leave, but as I was heading up the stairs, the light bulb in the landing blew. The bulbs in our house broke off, and my father said we had faulty wiring. So even
Sure.
at that age, I was quite adept at changing them. So I turned around and headed back downstairs to fetch a new bulb. As I approached the cabinet where we kept them, I heard my father's voice from the kitchen. He was still on the phone, and he sounded angry. I heard him say, "No, not already. Do it yourself."
Hmm?
Then he went very quiet and listened, before finally he said okay, that he'd do it as soon as possible. He put down the phone, then went over to the cupboard and poured himself a drink. He
He's like
spent
a
the rest of the
monster
day in the
hunter.
shed. The one question they kept asking me over and over during the investigation into my father was whether I knew where the rest of the bodies were.
What?
I told them the truth, that I had no idea. They claimed they wanted to confirm the identities of the victims, which they couldn't easily do with what was left.
What?
I didn't know where the bodies were, but I also didn't tell them of the other way they might have identified the victims. My father's photographs.
What?
I didn't say anything because I had no idea where he kept them, and I thought it would only make things worse if they couldn't find them. But yes, my father took photographs. During those 5 years, I had gradually started to notice more and more canisters of photographic film left around the house. This puzzled me, since though my dad and I did sometimes go on short holidays, we never took a lot of pictures. Asking him about it, my father told me he had been trying to learn photography, but didn't trust developers not to ruin
Hi,
his
CB.
films, as he'd apparently had problems before. I suggested he make himself a darkroom for developing them himself. I'd seen one in Ghostbusters 2 on TV the previous Christmas, and loved the idea of having a room like that. His face lit up, and he said he'd convert the guest bedroom. He then warned me that once it was done, I could never go in there without his supervision, as there would be lots of dangerous chemicals. I didn't
Facts.
care. I was just so glad that an idea of mine had made my father so happy.
Listening to the Magnus
That summer,
archives.
my father converted the guest bedroom into a dark room for developing photographs. Like the shed, it was locked almost all the time, but occasionally my father would take me inside, and together we'd develop photographs of cars or trees or whatever else a 10 or 11-year-old with a camera takes pictures of.
But not like dead bodies?
Mostly, though, my father worked in there alone and kept the door locked while he did. He seemed almost happy those last couple of years. I didn't have an unsupervised look inside until a few weeks before my father was caught.
Hmm?
It was a Saturday evening, in late autumn, and my father was out of the house. I spent the day watching TV and reading, but as it started to get dark, I found myself bored and alone.
No trouble
Passing by
starts.
the door to what was now the dark room, I noticed that the
Oops,
key
I
was
think I
still in
painted
the
over
lock.
something I shouldn't have.
I sometimes think back to that day and wonder if my father left it deliberately. He'd been so careful for so many years, and then he just forgot. I knew about the dangers, but something inside me couldn't resist going in. There were no photos stored there. To this day, I don't know where my father kept his developed pictures. But there were about a dozen images hung out to dry.
I'm doing well, CB.
They're still vivid in my mind,
Eating minis.
black and
Can't
white
complain.
and washed in the deep red of the dark room. Each photo was of a person's face,
Hmm?
close up and expressionless. Their eyes were dull and glassy. I had never seen corpses before, so I didn't really understand what I was looking at. On each face were thick black lines that formed these symbols that I didn't recognize,
Ooh.
but they were clearly drawn on the faces themselves, not just on the photographs. I don't remember the symbols in any great detail, I'm afraid. Just the faces that they were drawn onto, though they weren't people I recognized. Nor did they match any of the photos the police showed me later. I never went back in the dark room after I closed and locked the door behind me that day.
What?
I spent the next weeks wondering if I should tell my father what I had seen. I didn't know what I had seen, not really, but it felt like a bad secret. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to tell him. He was drinking on the sofa at the time, and he turned off the television as soon as I mentioned going into the dark room. He didn't say a word as I told him what I'd seen, just looked at me with an expression on his face I'd never seen before. When I was finished, he stood up and walked towards me. Before taking me in his arms and giving me the last and longest hug I would ever get from him, he asked me not to hate him. and told me
Do you
it
have
would
food or
soon
you're
be
hydrated?
over.
I am hungry, but I think we're
and
eating
turned
dinner
to
in
go.
a bit.
I had no idea what he was talking about, but when I asked, he just said that I needed to stay in my room until he got back. Then he left. I did what I was told. I went up to my room and lay in bed trying to sleep. The air was heavy somehow. In the end, I spent the night staring out of the window at the street below. I was waiting for something, though I didn't know what. I remember it was 2:47 in the morning that it started. I finally had an alarm clock, and the image of it is still clear in my memory. I was thirsty. I went downstairs to get a glass of water. I turned on the tap, but what flowed out was a thick stream of muddy brown, brackish water. It smelled terrible. I froze as I remembered the last time that had happened. My father still wasn't home, and I went into the living room to watch desperately out of the window. Looking down the street for his return, I was terrified. As I stared down the road, I was struck by how small the puddles of light were from the street lamps, stretching far into the distance. But not as far as they should have gone. There were fewer lights than there should be, I was sure of it. Then I saw the light at the end of the road blink off. There was no moon out that night, and all the houses were quiet. When the street lights stopped, there was nothing but black. The next closest street light failed, then the next, and the next. A slow, rolling blanket of darkness making its unhurried way towards me. The few lights still on in the houses along the road also disappeared as the tide approached. I just sat there, unable to look away. Finally it reached our house, and all at once the lights were gone, and the darkness was inside. I heard a knock on the front door.
What?
Firm, unhurried, and insistent. Silence. I did not move. The knocking came again, harder this time, and I heard the door rattle on its hinges. As it got louder, it began to sound less and less like a person knocking, and more like wet meat being slammed against the sturdy wood of the front door. I turned and ran towards the phone. Picking it up, I heard a dial tone and would have cried with relief if I wasn't crying with fear. I dialed the police, and as soon as they picked up, I started to babble about what was happening. The lady on the other end was patient with me, and kept on gently insisting I give her the address, until finally I was composed enough. Almost as soon as I had told her where I was, I heard the door begin to splinter. I dropped the phone and ran towards the back of the house. As I did so, I heard the front door burst behind me, and I heard a growl. It was rumbling, deep and breathy like a wild animal, but had a strange tone to it that I've never been able to place. No matter where I turned, it sounded like it came out of the darkness right behind me.
Ugh.
I didn't have time to think about it as I ran into the back garden and into a light that I did not expect. There in front of me was the shed. It glowed, a dull, pulsing blue from every crack and seam. I didn't stop, though, as I heard again that growl behind me, and I ran towards it and pulled at the door. The shed was not locked that night. To this day, I don't know if I regret that fact. The first thing I saw when I opened that door was my father, bathed in the pale blue light. I couldn't see any source for the glow, but it was so bright. He was knelt in the center of an ornate chalk pattern, scrawled on the rough wood of the floor. In front of him lay a man I didn't know, but he was clearly dead. His chest had been cut open, and still gaped and bled feebly. In one hand my father held a wicked-looking knife, and in the other he held the man's heart.
Yo.
My father was chanting, and as the song rose and fell, the heart in his hand beat to its rhythm, and the blue light brightened and dimmed in time. I looked at the walls, and noticed that they were shelves, each of which contained glass jars, full of what I would later learn was formaldehyde, containing a single heart, which also beat in time with the one that dripped in my father's hand.
Wow.
It was an odd thing to notice at the time, but I remember that the dead man wore the same pendant as my mother.
What?
A silver hand with a closed-eye design. I don't know how long I stood there staring. It might have been hours, or it might have been only a moment or two. But then I heard that growl behind me and sensed a presence so close that I could feel the darkness on my back. Before I could react or move or scream, my father's chant came to a crescendo, and he plunged the dagger into the beating heart.
What?
All at once the presence vanished, and the blue glow died. I could no longer hear the beating of the hearts. In the silence, I realized I could hear police sirens in the distance.
What if he was sacrificing these
I heard
people
my
to keep the
dad tell me he
darkness?
was sorry. And then he started to run. You know the rest. Manhunt, trial, prison, death. They say there were 40 hearts kept in that shed, not including his last victim. But of course the police didn't arrive until all that was left of it was a grisly trophy cabinet. Whatever I had seen my father doing in there, its effects had long since vanished. I don't know why my father did what he did, and I doubt I ever will. But the more I go over these events in my head, the more sure I am that he had his reasons. Statement ends. There's not much more to be added here. The police reports on Robert Montauk are predictably thorough, and there are few details to be added. The vast majority of research into this case has already been done by the serial killer enthusiast community, which, though deeply unsettling, does often prove to be surprisingly useful in high publicity cases like this. In addition to the body of one Christopher Lorne, 40 preserved hearts were recovered from Robert Montauk's shed. They were arranged on the walls on individual shelves, forming patterns of 11 hearts on each inner wall and 7 on the wall with the door. Photos of the patterns match up to the various formula of sacred geometry, but don't appear to correspond exactly with any specific school. Of possible significance also is the fact that the rest of the bodies were never found. The symbol on the 2 pendants is that of the People's Church of the Divine Host, a small cult that grew around the defrocked Pentecostal minister Maxwell Rayner in London during the late 80s and early 90s. I knew I recognized the name from statement 11069222, though currently it just looks like a coincidence. Christopher Lorne was a member of the church, and his family hadn't heard from him in the 6 years prior to his murder. Mr. Rayner himself disappeared from public view sometime in 1994, and the group fragmented shortly afterwards. The police made many attempts to follow up on this lead in the Montauk case, but were never able to locate any members willing to make statements. The house on York Road is still inhabited, though the current owners pulled down the shed over a decade ago and replaced it with a patio. Robert Montauk died in Wakefield Prison on November the 1st, 2002. He was stabbed 47 times and bled out before anyone found him.
Wow.
After reading this statement, 3 points of interest occur. No culprit or weapon was ever found connected to the killing. He was apparently alone in his cell at the time, which was supposed to be locked. And at the time of his death, the light bulb in his cell was found to have blown out, leaving him in darkness. Recording ends.
So that's one of the Magnus Archive stories. That one was from April 10th, 2016. Here's another one. What do you guys think? Was that fun to listen to? Listen to yes, Remy Lex. That's what my daughter recommended it to me. Because I was doing a lot of reading and research on what's it called? On the Thingamaduper. Sorry, I just realized you guys have the cutest little heart next to your names. SCP. I've been recently obsessed with SCP. So she was like, "You got to listen to the Magnus Archives," and I was like, "Heck yeah!"
Save on all your May
No,
celebrations
not ads.
at Whole Foods Market.
Place like 2 weeks pop now in store.
Forgotten chapter in 19...
Original.
It's like 4.5 minutes. You both love and hate the SCP. I can see that. I can get it.
Statement of Trevor Herbert regarding his life as a self-proclaimed vampire hunter.
Ooh.
Original statement given July 10th, 2010. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Right then. Been almost 50 years I've been meaning to pay you people a visit and get this down on paper, but I finally got here. So where to start? My name is Trevor Herbert, like I put at the top of your form there, and I've been homeless for most of my life. In fact, if you lived in Manchester, there's a good chance you'd have heard of me. They call me Trevor the Tramp. I mean, I'm not exactly easy to miss, am I? And I've been living there in public view for so long, I guess I've become kind of an institution. Helps that I've always had a kind of uncanny knack for guessing people's ages. People will come up to me on the street and ask me to guess their age, and I'll tell them, and most of the time they'll be shocked when I get it right. It's fun. So everyone around Manchester knows about Trevor the Tramp, sure. I hear someone even made me a page on the internet, and it got a few thousand likes. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds nice. Obviously that's not why I'm here, though, is it? No, I'm here because I've also dedicated my life to finding and killing vampires.
Yes, one does.
I've killed 5 people that I know for sure as vampires, and there are 2 more that may or may not have been. There is one man I have killed, unfortunately, who I'm now sure was human. But I also know that he was a violent criminal, so I try not to feel too badly about that.
Okay.
I'm sure it's hard to accept for anyone, even an organization such as yourselves, but I do not have proof to give you except for the vampire teeth that I will leave with this statement. Do not feel bad about reporting me to the police for the murders, as I am sure you must, since I have recently received a diagnosis of late-stage lung cancer, and it is doubtful I will be living much longer anyway. That is the main reason for finally putting down on paper the details of the mission I have been secretly undertaking for the last half a century. I killed my first vampire in 1959. At that point I was still living a mostly normal life, save perhaps for the abuse my family was subject to from my father. He was a vile man who ended up killing my mother in '56. It was a clear-cut case of drunken murder, but the courts ruled it as an accident, and my father stayed out of jail. Luckily, myself and my brother only had to endure 4 months of unpleasantness from him before he finally finished drinking himself to death. I was 13 when he finally died, and my brother was 15. Following his death, there were several attempts to rehome us as orphans, but they always split us up, and we couldn't be doing with that, so we'd generally run away. After a while, it became so we were happier finding our way on the streets than in another stranger's home. It was in autumn of 1959 that we were taken in by Sylvia MacDonald. It wasn't any sort of official fostering agreement, but it was getting to be quite cold at the end of October, and it just saw us shivering in a side street next to the King's Arms Hotel, as it was back then, on Tipping Street before the Ring Road took it over. Looking back, I believe it to have been visiting the pub for the purposes of locating down and outs for use as victims, and in my brother and myself I must say it successfully found some. It looked like an older woman, a widow I assumed from the way it dressed in black, and had a strange manner, which I know now to be the mark of the vampire, but back then I paid no attention to it. Many of the older folks had lived through both wars, and it was not uncommon for them to be somewhat strange. I thought this was the case with Sylvia MacDonald, and after a small amount of discussion, my brother and I agreed to the offer of food and shelter. Let me say a little bit about the vampire's manner, because once I taught myself to read, I read as much on the subject as I could, and it isn't covered often or clearly in those books I have found. You see, from my own observations, I believe a vampire to be more like an animal than a man. That is not to be taken as merely a turn of phrase, but more to do with how they work. I do not believe vampires are human in anything more than their appearance, nor have I ever seen evidence that they create more of their kind through feeding. One thing that should be noted is that they do not speak. In fact, they are, in my experience, totally silent, having no need for air and no room in their throats for a windpipe.
Wow.
They are able to make themselves understood, however, with absolute clarity, though the manner through which they do so has never been clear to me. When Sylvia MacDonald came to us in the alleyway that day, we understood that was the name it gave itself, and that we were being offered a meal and a bed, even though it never uttered a single sound. More than that, I do not recall the fact that it never said a word as striking either of us as strange in the slightest. I have never fully understood how they are able to do this, and I doubt that I ever shall, but I can only assume it to be some instinctive form of hypnosis or mind control. Another misconception I have always faced when trying to discuss vampires is that people think they cannot go out during the day. They can. While I have witnessed them avoid direct sunlight if possible and wear generally more covering clothes when moving around during the daytime, they seem to have no significant problem doing so. I would describe them as weaker during the day, but whether this is scientifically due to the sunlight or simply because evil has less power in the daylight hours is unclear to me. Sylvia MacDonald came to us on an overcast afternoon, and enough of its pale flesh was uncovered that, were sunlight to truly harm a vampire, then it would likely have been destroyed. On that afternoon, my brother Nigel and I agreed to go back to the house of Sylvia MacDonald in the hopes of a roof over our heads for a little while. It lived on Loom Street, which is still there, though the house itself was torn down long ago, and there's just a bit of scrubland now where it used to be. I sometimes go there to pay my respects, since my brother has no burial or grave I can visit.
Aww.
The house was old, even when I went there in 1959, and entering it, I was hit by a stale, coppery smell that I did not recognize as old blood at the time.
What is
since
with
I
these
was
people
barely
not knowing what
16
blood
and
smells like?
did not have then the experience I have now.
Right, hold on.
The furniture.
Blood smells like pennies. If you're like, something smells like pennies, it's blood. For the record.
And wallpaper had clearly not been changed in many decades, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. Even the floor was pale with dust, except for a stark line where Sylvia MacDonald moved, the train of its dress dragging behind it. I remember wondering whether Sylvia MacDonald walked exactly the same route through the house always, as I saw other clear lines of passage in the rooms we passed through. None of the furniture looked used, and when I picked up a book from one of the shelves, the pages were solid with damp and mold.
How do I know what blood smells like? Yes.
I began to feel very uneasy at this point, but whatever powers of persuasion the vampire had calmed me enough to continue following it with my brother. We went up the stairs, and I was led to a small room with a bed in it.
No,
I was made to understand that this would be my room and was left there as Sylvia MacDonald led my brother away to the room next to it. When it returned, it brought a bowl of fruit and offered it to me. The fruit was clearly weeks old and in various stages of rotting, but just to appease the thing, I found an apple and a couple of grapes that seemed edible, and I ate them. It watched me silently the whole time, and then turned and walked out towards Nigel's room. By this time, whatever the creature had done to make me compliant seemed to be starting to wear off, and I was realizing just how wrong everything was. I was also realizing that it didn't look like there was any easy escape from the house. All the windows I had seen were barred, and I recalled Sylvia MacDonald had locked the sturdy-looking front door behind it after we had all entered. So instead I just laid down on the musty old bed and I waited. Couldn't rightly say what I was waiting for, but soon enough it got dark, and I assumed Sylvia MacDonald had gone to sleep, not yet realizing the manner of being that I was dealing with. I wanted some light to comfort me, but the old house seemed to have no electricity at all, so I used my cigarette lighter on a candle I found next to the bed and crept towards the door. It wasn't locked, thankfully, and I left the room assigned to me and walked over to where I believed my brother was. I went in and found him lying in his own bed.
Remy likes like I
pretending to
call the
sleep.
bloodhound all the time too.
After a bit of talk, it became clear that Nigel was no happier with our situation than I was, and
Most
we both
women know what
resolved
blood
that
smells
another
like,
night
yeah.
on the cold streets was better than staying with this strange woman. As we talked through possible ways to escape, however, we heard a rustling sound outside the door, and the handle began to turn. Not wanting to anger our strange host, I crawled under the bed to hide, while Nigel returned to pretending to sleep. From my vantage point under the bed, I could see the door open and the skirt of Sylvia MacDonald enter and move towards the bed. I simply laid there and tried not to make a sound. I am not proud of this, and sometimes have a certainty that my inaction led directly to to my brother's death, but most of the time I accept that if I had alerted the vampire to my presence, then I would also have died. Either way, the fact of the matter is that I did nothing, as I heard the sounds of a struggle overhead and Nigel's strangled cry. The creature turned quickly and hurled him down. Something fell to the floor in front of me, but I didn't look at it. My eyes locked on Sylvia MacDonald as it pounced on my brother. It opened its mouth, for what I then realized was the first time since we met it, and I could see nothing inside save for a dozen long, thick, pointed teeth like a shark. In one fluid movement it plunged those teeth into my brother's neck and tore out a great chunk of flesh. Blood started to spurt from Nigel's spasming body as Sylvia MacDonald's throat began to twitch, its jaw detached, and a long tubular tongue about the thickness of my forearm snaked out of its throat and clamped onto the gushing wound. There was an awful slurping sound, the first noise I'd ever really heard the creature make, as the tongue sucked the blood from my brother's throat. I just lay there watching, as its stomach began to distend and swell, the now bulbous belly straining against the black dress it wore. After the longest 10 minutes of my life, the vampire finished. Its tongue retracted back into its throat, still dripping blood onto the now pale corpse of my brother, and it lay back upon the floor, apparently contented. As this had been happening, all my energy had gone towards not screaming or giving away my presence. But as the vampire lay satiated on the floor, I turned my attention to what had fallen from Nigel's hand when he had been dragged out of the bed. It was his pocket knife. I had no idea what a small knife like that would do against a creature that seemed far stronger and faster than me, but I didn't see any option other than to try. I moved so slowly as I reached for the knife that at times it seemed like I wasn't moving at all. I was worried that the creature would spot me and strike as it had with Nigel, although I now know that smell is in fact the vampire's major sense, and with all the blood around there was little chance of it detecting my scent. Grasping the knife in my hands, I crept over towards the creature as it placidly digested my brother's life, till I stood over it. I felt a sudden surge of rage and adrenaline come over me, and with a speed and strength I never knew I had, I plunged the knife into Sylvia MacDonald's blood-bloated stomach. It burst like a sick balloon, and blood began to pour out. The creature's eyes shot open and it clutched at the wound desperately. Its throat was not capable of uttering a scream, but its face displayed a silent pain and anger as it flailed on the floor.
Ew.
Stumbling back, trying to wipe the blood from my eyes, I felt an unexpected burning in my hand. I realized I'd touched the still-lit candle on the bedside table.
I swear I'm not a vampire. Same.
I don't know what I expected to happen when I grabbed the candle and pressed it to the dry part of Sylvia MacDonald's dress. I was just trying to find anything else I could do to harm it before it could recover from its split belly.
To a
but I
podcast
certainly
called
didn't
Magnus
expect it
Archives.
to catch like dry tinder. The fire spread quickly over its repulsive form, though it did slow somewhat where the clothing or flesh was still moist with blood. It struck me that the vampire must be a very dry creature when not fresh-fed and engorged. Perhaps I had struck before the liquid could spread throughout its body. Whatever the reason, Sylvia MacDonald was alight, and to such a degree that the rest of the room was starting to catch fire as well. I was distraught at the idea of leaving this house without my brother, but he was clearly dead, and I needed to escape. I recalled the vampire had been carrying a handbag when we first met it, and had used a key from it to lock the front door. It did not have the handbag with it now, though, so I began to desperately search the other rooms of the house, trying to find it. I did find it in the end, in what I assumed to be the vampire's bedroom.
Ew.
I'll not describe it in detail, except to say that it appears to be where the creature took most of its meals.
Ew.
Hopefully that makes the picture clear enough for you.
Pretty clear.
I found the key, though, and escaped that house before the fire did me any serious damage.
No, stuck in ads.
I was terrified of the police coming and thinking I was a murderer, so I didn't stick around. I just fled into the night. It was almost a decade before I encountered another vampire. I'd been living on the streets all that time, occasionally in and out of various institutions, and had just about managed to convince myself that Sylvia MacDonald had just been a bad reaction to the stress of watching my brother's murder. It was in the late 60s that I learned different. It was 1968, I remember, because that was the year United won the European Cup, and I did quite well out of it, people being generous to begging when they're happy over a sports win.
Oh, that's
On
nice.
a Friday night, I would generally spend my time around the Oasis Club in Lloyd Street, and hit up for change anyone who was slightly the worse for drink. Well, this night in particular I was doing quite well, as it was a warm June evening not too long after the cup final, and everyone was in a good mood. Now, about 11:30 that night, I spied a stranger all turned out for dancing, making his way from the club with a lady friend. I reckoned they might be good for a tanner, so I made my approach. I gave them the spiel and waited. The man looked at me, and I understood he wouldn't be giving me any money, and I stepped away. It was as he turned to leave, I realized that he hadn't opened his mouth.
Oh no.
And memories of Sylvia MacDonald came rushing back to me in a flash. I wasn't sure what to do, so I followed behind them at a distance. I didn't try to hide or disguise myself, as I had long since learned, and it's true now as it was back then, that no one pays any real attention to a tramp. As I watched, I saw the clearly drunken woman asking this stranger questions, and each time he'd just look at her, and she'd smile as though he'd given some reassuring answer, and stumble on behind him. All the while he never once opened his mouth. I didn't rightly know what to do about this. I had no weapon save my brother's old pocket knife, which I had kept sharp all these years, and while I was pretty sure of what I was seeing, I was still hesitant to attack with no provocation and no plan. As we walked, I kept an eye out for any discarded wood or timber, and sure enough noticed a broken wooden pallet partially sticking out of a bin. I grabbed a long shard and used my knife to quickly hack it to a point,
anything is
ignoring
gonna
the
kill it.
splinters. While I had not at that time done much research into the creatures I faced, believing as I did my experience as a youth to be the product of a disturbed mental state, I was still aware of their supposed weakness to wooden stakes.
I think anything.
I had now followed the
a
vampire,
weakness to a wooden
who
stake,
I would
bro.
later find out called itself Robert Arden, and its victim back to the building where it apparently lived. It let itself in the front door and the woman followed. I wasn't fast enough to get in before the front door closed and obviously didn't have a key, so I went round the windows and, luckily, it seemed the vampire lived on the ground floor. I watched through the window as it led its victim into a sparsely furnished living room. I couldn't see any obvious signs of previous slaughter, but I remembered how cleanly Sylvia MacDonald had sucked up all the blood from my brother, so this did not strike me as odd. I gently tried the window and found it locked, so searched the garden for the heaviest stone I could find and watched what was happening inside. I had to be sure. Soon enough, Robert Arden moved smoothly behind its now seated prey, and finally opened its mouth to reveal those rows of shark-like teeth I knew would be there. I hurled the rock I held through the window, showering the room with broken glass and causing the woman to scream in shock. Robert Arden raised its head in surprise, and for one moment our eyes locked, and I knew I had made a terrible mistake.
What?
The woman looked at her monstrous companion and, seeing his now open mouth, screamed her terror even louder. In a single movement, far quicker than I expected, Robert Arden was through the window and on me. I struggled and fought, but it was far stronger than I was, and I could barely keep its jagged teeth from finding my throat. It was the first and last time I ever touched a vampire's skin with my own. The flesh was cold and spongy, like the inside of a bruised apple, and I felt bile rise in my throat even as I fought for my life. Finally, its teeth bit into my neck.
They remind me of the creatures from
Not enough to kill me outright, but with enough force to cause the blood to flow. At that moment, I saw a sort of frenzy enter the eyes of Robert Arden, and with a spasm, its leech's tongue surged from its throat, and I felt it attach to my neck.
That looks pretty cool. I like
do
this.
not know if you've ever felt your blood being sucked out of you,
No.
but I would not recommend it. Now, it is at this point I have something of a confession to make. For the 3 years preceding this event, as well as on and off throughout the years since, I have had a relationship with the drug heroin. I tried it for the first time shortly after Nigel's death, and since then I have periodically relapsed. I have always tried to keep this a secret, as I am aware that I have a certain reputation to uphold, and I would not want it to be damaged with the revealing of my addiction. But it is important to this account, as I believe it was whatever heroin still remained in my system that night that caused the vampire Robert Arden to remove its tongue from my neck and start to shake as though having a violent choking fit. I lay there, trying to compose myself enough to fight back, when I became aware of the screaming. The woman, who had been brought in as a victim, was standing over the flailing Robert Arden, stabbing it repeatedly with a kitchen knife. Strong and quick as it was, the vampire didn't seem to be able to cope with the sudden onslaught of violence and was on the ground. This gave me the precious seconds I needed to get to my feet and locate my improvised wooden stake.
Hey,
I took
how did
aim
Kevin the vampire
plunged
die?
it into where I believed
A heroin addict and a drunk woman. Heroin addict and a drunk woman killed him. Kevin the vampire. I forget what his name is. Bruce, Brian?
It was easier than I thought it would be. The chest was soft and yielding.
I just dropped
There didn't seem to be any rib cage to stop the blow.
That was nuts.
Robert Arden went rigid and froze.
Robert.
Apparently
Bobby.
unable to move its body, though I saw its eyes darting around wildly. It was at that point the woman, whose name I never discovered, dropped the knife and ran. I never saw her again, but she had already saved my life. I took out my cigarette lighter and set Robert Arden alight. Like Sylvia MacDonald before it, it caught fire in a matter of seconds, and by the time the police arrived, there was nothing left but a small patch of scorched tarmac.
Other than the
I was
hair,
lucky
she's
that night,
done.
and nobody
That's
saw
nice.
anything or called the police before I was finished and had made my way from the scene. But I was always more careful after that. Following that night, though, I was never again worried that I might have been wrong about the existence of vampires. I always kept my eyes open for them, although sometimes I was too eager, as was the case of Allard Dupont, who I killed in 1982 and later discovered was a human.
Oop.
It is my belief
Just a
that they are
goth.
very rare and feed only infrequently, as all evidence I have seen points to their feeding being fatal. If there were many vampires, or if they ate often, the number of disappearances would quickly become noticeable to the rest of society. I do not know what they do with the bodies of their victims, and this has always perplexed me, as they do not have any mechanism for eating solid food, and I do not believe there are many, if any, cases of murder where the body is found completely without blood. I certainly do not think they rise as vampires themselves, as the vampire population seems far too small for this to be a possibility. Statement ends. According to Martin, who was here when they took this statement, it was at this point in writing that Mr. Herbert announced he needed some sleep before continuing. He was shown to the break room, where he went to sleep on the couch. He did not awaken,
Aww.
unfortunately succumbing to the lung cancer right there.
Damn.
Martin says the staff had been aware of how serious Mr. Herbert's condition was and had advised him to seek medical aid prior to giving his statement, but to state his case.
Wow.
I can't decide whether this lends more or less credibility to his tale.
I don't know. I mean, how long was
Regardless,
he on
there is
heroin?
substantial evidence to support the version of events told by Mr. Herbert in all aspects except
Really?
the vampirism.
Oh.
There is a news report of a 1959 fire that consumed a house on Loom Street and apparently claimed the life of an 18-year-old boy, although no mention is made of the homeowner. And a police report from 1968 confirms the disappearance of Robert Arden in Manchester amid circumstances of violence, including a broken window and signs of a fire, though no human remains were found. There is also a murder report concerning one Allard Dupont, whose partially burned corpse was found in his home on August the 2nd, 1982. Unfortunately, Mr. Herbert was never able to give details of others, so we cannot corroborate further.
Crazy.
There was, however, a small bag left on top of this statement, which appears to contain 6 shark teeth of varying
What?
sizes.
Oh.
According to correspondence with the zoology department at King's College, they didn't match any currently known species. Personally, I don't know what to think. I certainly don't believe in wild tales of vampirism, but I can't help but notice that the statement above appears to be a photocopy of a photocopy, and can't find these supposed vampire teeth anywhere in the archives or the secure containment room. I don't know where the originals are, but the file number is listed among multiple information requests from the Institute's government and law enforcement contracts. It may be that they take Mr. Herbert's statement far more seriously than I do. End recording.
Wow. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
Even the outro sounds creepy. Jonathan Sims has such a good voice. It was very good. It was very enjoyable. I really liked that one. That one was Vampire Killer. That's episode 10. I am listening to these from the oldest to the newest, so we are only in 2016. I'm going to put music back on just for a minute because I need to step away, but I will be back. Sorry, I will be back and we will listen to more. So sorry if that was really loud.
Just a little weeknight, booth in the back. I wasn't looking for romance, just a quick slow dance, and the off chance that an off night and a side glance might lead me to the wrong hands. I wasn't looking for you. I wasn't after forever, just for whatever. I was one of the dark hearts who thought that they never truly be open. But this is an explosion of star-crossed and blood-rushed and head-tossed and cheeks flushed and weeks lost. I wasn't looking for you. I said I never felt my heart like this. She said I never felt my body. I always thought the point of love was just to keep from falling to the deep blue, the deep blue. Falling to the deep blue, the deep blue. I wasn't looking for devotion, just cheap emotion, but I found love. I found love like an ocean. On my second whiskey, you asked, try to miss me, they lost control. I didn't know I had a soul until the moment you kissed me. I wasn't looking for you. I said I never felt my heart like this. She said I never felt my body. I always thought the point of love was just to keep from falling to the deep blue, the deep blue. Falling to the deep blue, the deep blue.
It was actually dinner. Waiting. And I had no idea. What else is it? This is Slay the Princess. Oh, nice! I had no idea. Yeah, there is actually food. So I'm going to wait. We have been live for quite a while. We've been live for 4 hours. I never stream for 4 hours. That is nuts. Here are the two that we got finished, though. We got this one done. Other than dry brushing and like staining, which will give more dimension and depth, and then her hair. And then my character, which we need to dry brush highlights on her. I think I'm going to repaint this fur. I don't really like the yellow. I think I'm going to go with white and then dry brush it. Stain it. I'm going to fix that little braid thing on the side of her face too. I don't like that very much. But yeah, those are the two that we did. We've got 4 more. Like 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we got 4 more to do. But yeah, I will post pictures online. iCartooning! Oh, thank you so much. I'm so thankful for you being here and for being amazing and awesome. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us today for this random surprise stream. You'll know if stream is going if you are in the Discord. It has a pop-up notification, or if you have notifications turned on here. I don't have a set stream schedule right now because I have job and I do consulting work and life, but yeah, we had a nice chunky 4-hour stream. But I will see you guys later. Be awesome, be amazing, be fantastic.